Hi friends, good evening. This is Ankit, your host, joining from Delhi, India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, Kim, and good morning to the world.
And
And
good
today's
morning, India. Good morning, Ankit, or good evening, Ankit, right? Good evening,
thank you,
Ankit.
yeah. So it's a Starry Saturday on IBM TV, and it's a great start of the day, and I think things are in well control now. I had a lot of positive news from India about how we are working and managing the COVID situation in India, and so we are doing a lot of work, and I think there's the news that Donald Trump wants to donate some vents to India. Do you know about it?
Who?
Donald Trump wants to donate some vents to India.
Oh, ventilators. Okay. I just, whatever. They might be the ones that weren't working at the military base.
I don't know.
You remember we had a huge stockpile,
Yeah, you told me.
and about 50% of them didn't work. So he might be donating those. I don't
I don't know.
know. So, maybe he figures you guys can fix them. I'm
Yeah,
being mean.
we can fix anything.
I know you
In
can.
India, we can fix anything.
I
You
know
won't
you
believe. Yeah, we I mean create a lot of stuff and products from garage, from the scrap houses and from all those warehouses. We do a lot of innovations in India, but those innovations are not going globally because of the licensing standardization and things like that. But people use it. You won't believe. I can show you a video where a person created a car which he can run with a water, one
Oh, wow.
liter water. Yeah. So a
Wow.
lot of things going in India. Yeah, like that.
So the thing that people just need to be innovative, use their mind, and pretend that this is the only thing they have. Take what you have and make something out of it. Today is our science and sports day, right? And
Yeah.
so it's very, very exciting because we're going to be talking about all the great wonders of science and all the great things that cricket. This is actually the Cricket Channel,
Yeah.
and but I'm going to bring in an article again. National Geographic is one of my favorite things, and in the March edition, they were talking about all the recyclable things that we can do. The amount of clothing that we discard on a daily basis is disgusting. They said it's just unbelievable. So they now have fashion artists, right? Really, really good fashion designers who are taking old clothing and recycling it into fashion. So, and that's probably kind of hard to do because not every piece is going to look the same, right? But there are just ways that we could do things without just throwing things away. We throw away a lot of fresh produce every day, and people are going hungry. Every day, people are going hungry. And the problem is people, I think, just don't feel like they have the time to do things, or they don't want to deal with doing those things. But all of this fresh produce is going to waste daily.
But you know what? But Kim, you know what's happening to those? Clothes. Do you know about it? Where are they going?
So they don't usually. Well, actually, they start out by going to Goodwill, right? And they recycle
No,
it.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. So maybe you know the first cycle. The second phase of cycle is that a lot of Indians are buying those clothes. They repair in India and then they are shipping it to Africa.
Oh, okay. So
It's a big business. It's a big business.
it's a big business to
Yeah.
recycle Africa.
Because a lot of products are in well shape, they just need some alteration and things like that, and they sell it in the second markets.
Okay.
Some, yeah, some maybe 5% or 10% of them consumed in India, and then rest will go to the poor countries like Africa.
Right. No. So I think that that the recycle industry is huge in the clothing industry, just like it is here. We go to Goodwill, and I guess Goodwill goes to India, and India goes to Africa. I think that's amazing.
Yeah,
But one of the things I saw was fashion designers are taking old clothes and they're also kind of redoing them as well. And I thought that was pretty cool. The plastics that they're melting down and reusing as well. A lot of the sports clothing industry is taking recycled plastic and turning it into outerwear. So it's really neat to see people's minds, the way they think. The other thing that caught my interest was a company, a beer company, that was making their cardboard boxes. They quit, or the plastic rings, not the cardboard boxes, the plastic rings turned into food rings for turtles. So when you take the plastic ring, when you're done with the plastic rings that's holding your 6-pack together, it could go out into the ocean and feed the turtles. So, Lynn, welcome. Good, you're here early this morning.
Yes. Well, I have a date with my grandson to help us dig some plants out at his mom's house. So, oh yeah, his mom and his mom, his two moms live up in Toronto right now. They have plants at the place that are overgrowing, and actually we gave them the plants. So now she wants, my daughter wants to give them back to us. So they're hard to dig out, and so our grandson's meeting us there, which is why I needed to get on early. But you've been talking about National Geographic, which is my favorite magazine. Read that article. I think it was absolutely a fantastic article. The redoing of the clothes and having the fashion designers redo those clothes, I just think is such a, but you know, it's staggering to me, just like you're talking about, how much we basically waste here in this country. So it's a shame. All the food that we waste, that we could and that doesn't spoil, so we could give it to people that need it. I mean, I live in a very wealthy county here in Pennsylvania, okay, and yet it was very interesting for me to find out how many people in this county basically don't have enough money to buy food. There's a friend of mine who has a not-for-profit, and he feeds every Easter, every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, over 5,000 people from this county who can't get the food. And it's to me, it's amazing. And why do we waste the food?
And all the fresh produce, and this is what I told somebody should get a business and go in and take the fresh produce that's rotting and turn it into a canned product or a frozen product and resell it back to the store, right? So most stores have like a place where they cook and things like that. And it's not that difficult to learn how to can, but you could get a team of people and they're canning food back to the store, and that could go back to the people from, but it just amazed me how much fresh produce, when we had the rush on the stores because of COVID, all the fresh produce that was sitting there, and we're talking about, we got to build our immunity. And I'm sitting here thinking, why do we have all the fresh produce still sitting on the counter when we have to build our immunity? So my brain was thinking, why not some of these people go in and that's all they do is can or freeze what can be canned or frozen fruits and vegetables, and then resell them, and that would be good. One of the other ways that people will use I guess the rotted fruits and vegetables is to recompost it back into the soil, if they're doing that. But a lot of times it goes into the landfill, not into compost, and that's very disappointing.
We're big on composting, but you take we love to eat spinach. Spinach, when you buy them in the big containers, spinach may not last through the whole container. It starts to go bad. So what my wife does is whatever is going bad, instead of us even putting it in the compost, she will cook it because it's fine, and then it's fine. So we eat cooked spinach and get our greens that way. So
take the container, blanch it, and freeze it.
Oh, that's another way. Sure.
And then because normally half of it's not going to go bad, right? You're going to eat that because you bought it probably for salads and things like that. So you blanch, because the containers come big. So you blanch half and freeze, and then you don't worry about it. My son taught me that. he buys kale and spinach in big bags, right? And he was freezing half. I don't even think he blanched it. He just took half the bag out and froze it.
Well, you can do that too.
Yeah.
So, but we weren't necessarily, well, maybe because I'm a little bit older, we were raised that way. I used to argue with my parents. They would sit there and they would point at the food and they would say, "Eat your food. Think of all the starving kids in Africa." And of course, I would say to my parents, "Well, then send the food to the kids in Africa." But anyway, that's
not easy to do, though. And but I think we all felt that pain, and I think our parents were trying to tell us, "You're so fortunate to have food on the table."
Exactly. But I'll tell you that there are a lot of stories from US. There is a community called fruitarians, and they only eat food which are already ripe, basically, and dropped from the tree. They don't pick from a tree, so they use those foods, and they only have those foods, and that community is around somewhere in California. And also there are stories that Walmart is also destroying or discarding a lot of processed foods because of the manufacturing date, because of the harsh laws in US, and those foods are in dump market basically. But what happened in India, whenever there's an expiry going on, so we try to donate that food to a bigger kitchen, community kitchen, so that they can utilize it on the same day. So we have so many community kitchens in India. I mean, there are like thousands of kitchens running around, and they serve food to people 24/7. So we utilize that food at those places so that they can be used at the same point of time.
So and the thing that you can do is so just because the expiration date goes out on a canned product doesn't mean the product goes bad. A lot of those shelf products are for a long, long time. That's just a means to push food faster so they can sell more food. But I've canned food, as a farmer, we've canned food, and 4 years later, opening it up, and it's still just as fresh as it was the day we canned it. So it doesn't taste bad. That we check it and make sure that there's nothing gone bad in it. And there's occasionally you're going to get a canned product that got the wrong chemical compound in it, or it had a slight opening at the seal. But like a real can, not the glass can, but a real can, odds are that seal's not broken, air's not getting in, and that's the key, is to keep air out. And I've seen canned products older than that. We've had jams 6 years old because we just don't eat a lot of them. And we make a lot of jam. We don't eat a lot in 1 year. And the jam is still good, 6 years later. It's just, I think people did the expiration dates. It should be for milk, and things like that. But for green beans don't go bad in a can in 2 years. It just not going to happen. Frozen foods will expire. They do, but it's because in most freezers, and people don't understand this, but most freezers have defrosters in them, and so in the defroster defrosts the freezer. And when it does that, it kind of defrosts your food and then refreezes it, right? And people don't understand that. Whereas if you have a deep freezer, your food will last longer. Right. So. But one of the things that we like to talk about here isn't just rescuing food and items and recycling and making the world a better place, is saving money, right? Because if you save money, you can invest it. And when you invest money, you probably do better things with it, like invest in recycling and things like that. So we've got the Shepherd Family Dollar Store, online dollar store that donates to us. And that helps us share information with the world. And that's what we're all about. We're all about sharing financial literacy and sharing resources about how we can succeed past COVID-19. Right, Lynn?
Exactly. So why not talk about the dollar store?
Yeah.
And which I guess is why I came on, not to talk about recycling everything, but
no. Your information is good too. This is what's great. Your conversation is great, right?
Conversation is great. I love it. If I could be on all 4 hours that you're on, I would be, because you have so many great people who come on to this program. I learn a lot. and some really actually just rekindle things that I've had over my life that maybe are worth talking to people about. But let me talk about the dollar store, because that's really why I'm here. And you're right, because I love to support financial literacy, something that Money Masters, that's your mission. And I'm here to support the mission by donating half of the profit from the store to Money Masters. And there are going to be other things that because I'm an entrepreneur, I have a multiple business. There are going to be other things that we're going to be able to do also to help out Money Masters. But the dollar store is fantastic because things are delivered to your home. Anything you order over $25, shipping is free. We have lots of great products on the store, products that are a whole lot cheaper than you're going to buy if you go to those big stores that I won't name by the name of Amazon. Ooh, did I do that?
The easy way to say it is, you know, that big Amazon online store, like the big Amazon of the country.
So there's the one product, and I'm not into beauty products. If you look at me, you probably understand that. But well, actually, but you are for sure, and so is my wife. But there's that one product that you put on your face to get rid of wrinkles, okay? And Amazon sells it for $67, $4 of shipping, and we sell it for, I think it's $4.99. So why are people paying $67 for the convenience of shipping to your home when we sell it for $4.99? And if you buy $25 worth of products, then it gets shipped free to your home. Oh, and by the way, I loved you showing the patches, because after working with my grandson to dig out the stuff we have to dig out today, I'm going to be covered with patches all over the place.
Can I give you a tip? So they have a motto in pain clinics, stay ahead of the pain. So don't wait until you feel the pain to put the patches on, because it's harder to catch up to the pain. So we people with chronic pain, stay ahead of the pain, put the patch on maybe before you go out shoveling. That might help prevent the swelling.
There you go.
Yeah, so I would probably, I think that, I don't know about these patches, but most patches are good for 4 hours. They're probably good for 6, but you know, they want to be on the safe side. So most patches are good for 4 hours. So
I have used lidocaine patches for my back because I've had a back problem for 40 years because I do have a disc problem. But so I understand that, but I've never had anybody say to me, put them on before you have a problem. You know, so something I learned many years of dealing with, you know, since 1998. But I didn't learn this until 2010. Stay ahead of the pain. And if you do that, then you don't get the pain. If you know, because generally we know at our age, we kind of know when we shovel too much, we're going to be in pain. Right.
So just go ahead and take care of it and rest. Don't think, woohoo, I'm great, I'm fine, because then you're going to re-injure yourself. Remember, we talked about pain being the threshold, right?
Right.
So, of when to stop. So but why put yourself through that pain when you know that it's kind of like taking an aspirin before you go out and do a few things, right? You just kind of know. I had a doctor one time tell me, before you take niacin, which burns the skin,
Right.
Take an aspirin 30 minutes before, chew it, and then take your niacin, and you won't have the burn. He was right. So stay ahead of the pain. Just try it. And then you'll feel young, and you'll go, and everybody go, well, why are you resting? You know, because I always say, you know, make sure you work what you think is your threshold and then rest, right? Work and rest. And this is even if you're young. You don't want to push your body past the maximum always, you know?
Well, I have not gotten the lidocaine patches because they just came in this week. So I do have the Excel patches, and I'm going to take your advice because I have an issue. I even felt it this morning as I was getting out of bed in my upper arm, and I know what's going to happen in doing the digging out the plants. So what I'm going to do is put it on up there before we go out and meet our grandson and do the digging. But we have lots of other stuff on the
I
site.
want to bring up something. You know what it was? You were probably dreaming about the digging, and automatically your shoulders started hurting.
That could be. That could be. But we're used. I mean, we are gardeners. We've been gardeners for years and years. Love to work in the gardens because from a mental standpoint, it's cathartic. That's what I always find. And one time I sold a business, and then we went sideways with the buyers of the business. They threw us out, and the day they threw us out, what did I do? I didn't go home and pout. I just went out in the garden and started digging. And at the end of the day, I was perfectly fine. So that happens. But back to the dollar store. You do come on with great pictures, but I expected you to come on with your Minion napkins.
Well, I was trying to pull up something else, but yes, of course, I just ordered them, so I hope to get them in a few days, and then I can just show them to you. But there you go, guys. These things just make me happy. When I came to Lynn's Dollar Store, I think this has impressed me more. All the great, wonderful things you have, including the makeup mask, the gel mask that I like.
Right.
This, I was like, he's got Minions. Oh my God. I mean, that's a happy store to me. A store that would think to get items like this is a happy store, and you got to have happiness in your life. And Minions make me laugh. I don't know why, but I'm not a silly, goofy movie kind of person. That kind of movie would normally irritate me, I think. But I was on a long flight, and it was the only movie that I could get in really well. And I watched it. I was laughing so hard, I felt sorry for all the people around me. And maybe it's because I was just in that state of mind after flying for a couple of days, how you can get. But they just made me happy. And so, no, I just, why not? They're funny. But you got many other great things. You got so many kids things, toys, puzzles, school supplies, office supplies. It just doesn't stop there. It's you don't carry any perishable foods, which I think is very, very smart. Right. But you carry foods, snack foods, cookies, and things like that. All the things that to get us through this time if we need a little bit of snack foods.
Nick bought all the snack foods, though.
Nick, Nick, you got to beat Nick to the dollar store because so Nick is like this. One, he's saving money, right? That's what we preach. And two, he didn't have to go anywhere, wear his mask to go shopping. And look, you got chocolate lipstick. Look at that. And one of the doctors told us that lipstick is what goes up in sales when the economy goes down. I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they have a proven fact that when the stock market goes down, the lipstick prices go up.
I'm going to have to buy my wife some chocolate lipstick because I love chocolate.
There you go, chocolate lipstick. I've never seen anything like that. But seriously, people, you just go on here, whatever you normally would want to buy at the dollar store, you're going to buy here. But what I find really nice about this place is they got a lot of name brands. So if you go into the baby section, they got a lot of Johnson & Johnson. This stuff that smells like a baby. They've got, but it's a lot of name brand stuff. And say you have a baby shower right now, and we're on lockdown, and we really not supposed to get together, especially for the health of the mama and the baby. And send them a box of stuff from the dollar store. I mean, there's so many. I could not believe how many baby things you guys had. Mm-hmm. That was just mind-boggling to me. Just pages and pages, and you buy $25 worth, and you can ship the box for free.
Right.
And I, you get $5 coupon when you register. So, I mean, but check this out. I mean, but the list goes on. It's not just one page, it's pages and pages and pages. But look, Johnson's, I mean, who doesn't? And Pampers, right? So don't sit there and go, oh, I can't do anything for my friend. I mean, I'm sure there are other places you can shop, but here you're going to get a lot more for your money, just a lot more.
And we have a rewards program.
Exactly.
So so not only will you get a lot more for your money, but you will get rewards, which you can apply, dollar rewards, so that you can apply to your purchases. So for instance, anybody who becomes a customer, who signs up to become a customer, as you did, gets an automatic $5 of rewards to apply to the first purchase. I mean, what could be better than that? And then, of course, for every dollar you spend, you get 10 cents of rewards, which is like a 10% discount. And then for $10, you get $1 to apply for the next purchase. I mean, you can apply that by 10 cents, or you can apply it by $1, whatever it is. But just buy, have it delivered to your house. Don't move to my community because unfortunately we don't have mail delivery, but that's okay. And but there aren't many places that don't have mail delivery. So just have it delivered right to your doorstep.
Exactly. And I want to show people, what I like about your site is you show what your best sellers are, so I can get a feel for what people are buying right now, right? And so these are products that have been in high demand, right? And you can only guess, right, why these are the products that are in high demand. But of course, kids' supplies, little toys, games, gadgets, gardening scoops, which I use gardening scoops for all kinds of things. But look at there's your CBD products, right? The patches haven't been out very long, so I expect to see those go up. But manicure sets, little toys, you can see. But they also have candles, right? And I love candles. And I was shopping through your candles yesterday. Little home decorating things, picture frames if you need picture frames, because now's the time to maybe sit and sort through your photos and maybe frame a few. They've got closeouts. And, there's your Genesis Solutions, folks. That product can sell for a lot of money online. Eyelash enhancers can be very, very expensive. Even the ones that are not the prescription kind, you can pay somewhere upward around $36 for an eyelash enhancer. And all of these things, they're not going to hurt you, right?
No.
Maybe it's not 100% wrinkle free. Maybe our wrinkles are deeper than the other person's. Maybe my wrinkles are deeper and it won't 100% work. But I'll give you a little tip. And because one of my doctors keeps asking me how I was able to keep a lot of my wrinkles away. And I put some of these products on my face, especially like the collagen, which just feels good, right? And I put it in the refrigerator.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that's one thing, and a makeup artist taught me this. Keep it in the refrigerator. The gels in the refrigerator,
Sure.
They feel good, and it just removes the inflammation, right? It removes reddening and inflammation. And after I put it on, a lot of times I'll hang upside down on my inverter, but you can hang off the bed. I've done this when I travel, and I get an ice pack. And I put in, and sometimes I just get a bag of ice when I travel. I'll just go down to the ice machine, get a bag of ice, and I put the ice on my face for, about 5-10 minutes. I put it on, take it off, because it gets really, really cold and you don't want to frostbite your face. But it helps reduce the swelling. It helps, to me, if I feel like I'm stretching out my wrinkles, but it also tightens your face. When you put it on and it's really cold and you take it off, it tightens it. They've proven that freezing things, is what they use to get rid of fat on some people. They freeze it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's called free sculpting. They literally, I'm sure there's a science to it, but I told somebody I've been doing that for years. I just didn't realize that it had a science name, But they use machines and stuff. I just use a bag of ice or ice pack. But when you put ice on someplace and then take it off and put it on, you're constricting it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
And that's giving you the exercise that you need in places that you don't generally exercise. So, but use these kind of products with something like that. I'm not a big person on heat on my face because I think it opens the pores and or unless you put the heat on, cleanse real good, and then put the ice on, but make sure you close your pores as well. So
that product, that Genesis line free that you have there, I think that's the one
Mhm.
that we have for $4.99. The identical product. There you go. And it's 0.4 fluid ounces. So we check that against the products that Amazon has. The identical product, and they're selling it for $67.
Well, let me show you another one that just interests me. I hope it just pops up on the first page. There you go. My collagen mask. Okay.
Mhm.
And so the way to use a collagen mask is first you need a really good exfoliator. And I like either the exfoliator here or at the brick and mortar dollar store. They sell a grapefruit one just because I like the smell of grapefruit. But you know, you exfoliate your skin real good, rinse it really, really good because you don't want these exfoliation pieces on your skin. Keep this in the refrigerator and then take it out of the pack and put it on your face, right?
Mhm.
And the collagen supposedly goes into the face. Now, some people say a warmer skin with collagen is better. I personally prefer colder. But I don't think it matters. Just put the collagen on. It's really, really good for the skin. This right here sells over the counter at a cosmetic counter around $26 to $30.
Wow. Wow.
So that was my time shopping, and you know, my gas because there's no counter within 15 miles of here, so I have to drive a good way to get it. And often I thought about just buying it online, and I just don't think to. But now I will because it's so much less, and the shipping I can get for free if I got my $25 worth. So even if I bought 5 of these, and that's $10. Oh my God, I still haven't met my $25. So I got to buy some other things, right? But even if I just bought 5 of these, it's still worth it.
They're over. There's close to 4,500 items on the site.
Exactly. You're
So,
going to find it.
If you find $25 worth that you like, now as we've talked before, and clearly go to the IBM.TV site, click the green button, and it will take you right to the dollar store site. Unfortunately, we're not in India yet, but the day is coming because the founder of the company, who founded it 24 years ago, is from India. And he started with brick and mortar stores. He and I have had the conversation about doing an online store in India. And so we're going to continue the conversation. He's committed to doing that. So hopefully, sooner than later, Ankesh and Rakesh, you're going to have them for you in India. Now I know Rakesh is not in India. I think, is it Hong Kong?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. But you have family in India, so there you go.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and this is just the right time because my family uses Swiggy, which is a company which provides purchasing services, and there's a lockdown in many cities in India because of the COVID thing. So this is the right time to hit that market.
Right.
I do hope you get there as fast as possible because the iron is hot right now.
Yeah.
So
Got it.
Yeah, this is the time, I think, to do everything. I will show people, I don't know if you can see this. We came up, we're giving information. So we have a COVID bot.
Mm-hmm.
So you can chat with the bot about what's going on in COVID. But once you go from there, the very next thing that you will see on IBM TV is right there, shop the dollar store, save some money, save your time, I hate saying save your life, but protect yourself from being around infections in this day and time until we get a better understanding of what's going on. Or just because you don't want to go out shopping, save gas, right? Save your time, save your gas. I like it. I like shopping the dollar store online. It would be kind of fun to pretend like you're going up and down the aisles, but hey, I'm okay. I really don't like shopping to begin with. So
for 4,500 items, how many aisles are you going to have to go up?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, right, online. So because like that would be kind of difficult because they stack them all the way up,
Sure.
right? And they don't go up to the ceiling like they do in New York. In New York they have to use every bit of space they have. So if you notice, you can go in a teeny tiny store and they got 4,500 items in this teeny tiny store, but they stack everything to the ceiling.
Sure.
So it's taller than me. Usually, I have to reach up, but that's not saying much. But but when you stack high like that, you can get a lot of items. You got the same amount of items that they have in the store. So,
yeah.
And there's another big change. People's trust in the online medium is increasing exponentially.
yes.
The more you buy online, the more your trust. We buy both my wife and myself, both of us buy a lot of stuff online. And every time, in fact, some of the clothes my wife has bought online from a store called Taobao here in China is better than what's available in the brick and mortar stores. You don't have, the fabric fading. You don't have colors bleeding. So, and each of that, as it reinforces the trust that we have in online stores, this habit is going to grow. It's going to grow in all over the world. When I worked in Africa, I started up with my the shareholders of the company, telling them how they could buy things online, and I'm sure that habit is growing. Here in Hong Kong, it's widespread. I'm sure when I get back to New Zealand, the thoughts are going to be totally different from where they were 7 years ago. So this habit is growing. The faster you go into the market, even if you're not the first, the second bite of the apple is going to be a nice, juicy bit. So it doesn't matter how fast you get there, but if you get there reasonably fast, you're in the money.
Well, that was the theory here, because as you know, let's suppose that you buy a lot of stuff at CVS, okay, but you have bought from the dollar store, and you say, well, I'm going to go to CVS, but I just don't have time today. So you run to your computer and you make the same order that you did 3 days ago or 5 days ago. You buy the stuff. You don't have to stop at CVS, and it's going to be delivered to your house. I mean, I've had even going to Bed Bath and Beyond. I've had times when I've got to stop at Bed Bath and Beyond. I've got to stop and I just don't have the time to do it. I never make the stop. And to be able to get the stuff that I would have gotten there online and have it delivered to my house, it's just so much easier. And that's the way, you're absolutely right, Rakesh. That's the way people are going today. So
who wants to bother to search for a parking space? That itself makes me hold my head.
Really, I agree with you on that one. But it's just the gas and time in general, right? Time and money.
I'd rather just click a button and it comes home.
There it goes.
But I want to share something with Lynn. I've been listening to you about how, you don't get mail delivered to your home. And we talk about the different places that so far have not reported any infectious rates or going crazy infectious rates. And it's starting to appear to me that it's places that doesn't have U.S. mail delivered.
Well, wait a minute.
It just started to occur to me. You got mail, but it doesn't come. I'm talking about delivered to the home, right? Where people have to go to the post office.
True.
So I'm starting to think that, but my theory might be wrong, but I've heard this a few times and I'm just like, what's common denominator here, right? And it could be, I'm just theorizing. Sometimes you have to speculate and theorize before you find an answer, so.
Well, we hope that people don't hang around the post office too long, because then we won't have the ability to be able to report that we're the only community that doesn't have COVID virus. But anyway, I am going to have to take my leave. And it's not because Dr. Saggu just came on to this the show. But anyway.
Thank you so much for your donations and for your support and coming on and sharing stories. Your stories are just inspiring to me. Like, you've got some great stories, and I really enjoy it. And you're connected to so many other great and wonderful businesses that we want to have you on to talk about those as well. So maybe we can schedule you in on one of our business days, or come in on a Saturday when you're not going to go shovel dirt with your family. You know, what are you digging up? I'm just curious, because I'm a gardener.
Well, we gave our daughter and daughter-in-law a banana plant, and it started, and it wasn't very big. And all of a sudden now, the lady who is living there while they're in Toronto said, when she goes out the front door, she hits the leaves from the banana plant that hit her in the face. So that's the hard one, because if you've ever had to dig up a banana plant, and they're not supposed to be hardy in our area of the world, but they are if they're shielded by the house, because they get the warmth of the house, and this one happens to be. And the second one is oh, come on, now you got me. But again, another one that's very difficult to dig up. So our grandson, who's a little bit younger than I am, and a little bit stronger than I am, is going to meet us there and help us dig these things out. And actually, we moved to a place 2 years ago when we downsized, and we came from 3 acres of gardens and gardens and gardens. And we came to a place that didn't have any gardens, so we moved 300 plants here. So we're still planting the place, and we like plants. What can I tell you? So.
I'm glad to hear banana plants can survive that weather, because that's what I thought. A friend of mine has one, but they keep it in the house. And I'll have to tell them, maybe if they plant it near the house, that the warmth from the house will protect it during the winter. We're having some really weird weather here.
Oh my! Yesterday it was 86 here. I can't imagine what it was like in North Carolina yesterday. Well, and Wednesday it's going to be 56.
Yeah, and we like, I think it was last week sometime, we dropped down below frost, and now it jumped up to 80. But tomorrow, I don't know if you're aware of this, but we have a hurricane in the ocean. I
have heard that
on the coast, and that's odd. We don't get those until August, September. It used to bother me that it was creeping into a little bit of at the end of July. It was bothering me, but now we've jumped all the way to May. We've got our first hurricane. I'm just, Ankit, you're right. Something's going on. Ankit keeps saying, we need it. So I'm going to see if I can get somebody from NOAA to come on and talk to us about this, because this is concerning me.
It is concerning. And they used to talk about April showers bring May flowers. Now we're having May showers because we've had so much rain. And again, this coming week, we're going to have a lot of rain. The flowers are wonderful. But we've had a lot of rain and a lot of wind. It has been a much windier year than I can ever remember.
It's very heavy winds, very, very
heavy winds.
And it's definitely very much. Good morning, Dr. Saggu. Good evening, actually. Good evening in India.
Good evening.
Good morning, Kim. Namaste, Ankit. Rakeshji. Especially.
And I will take
all the dollars.
Hey,
how is the $1?
God bless everybody and stay safe.
Same to you. God bless you. And don't forget your patch.
You got it.
Lynn. I always enjoy Lynn. How are you doing? Oh my gosh, Dr. Saggu.
I'm good.
So what good news do you have to bring us today?
So as we discussed about the metabolic syndrome, I think now this is time how to deal with the metabolic syndrome and how the bariatric surgery is going to help us to treat metabolic syndrome. So the metabolic syndrome is exposing us for 5 times vulnerable to the diabetes mellitus and 10 times for the cardiovascular accidents you can see, and 2 times of the hypertension, 10 times of the hypertension. So at least we should do something for the metabolic syndrome as a prevention. We just discussed about the diet part on that day, that how the diet should be and what the constants of the diet should be, and what would be the timing of the diets and how we need to change the lifestyle. But now if we talk about the bariatric surgery, so bariatric surgery is a therapeutic intervention. It is a therapeutic intervention to treat the cause and the manifestation of obesity and to treat all the comorbid condition because of the obesity. So if we are looking for sustainable long-term weight loss, then yes, bariatric surgery is there. The lot of benefits of the bariatric surgery is that we are going to lose weight, which is sustainable it's a long-term weight loss. Number 2, it is going to increase the life expectancy of the patient. Number 3, it is going to decrease the healthcare cost of the patient in the future. Number 4, it is going to give the mental peace to the patient. Number 5, it is going to treat all the comorbid conditions along with the obesity. It is there would be a substantial improvement or the resolution of the diabetes, of the blood pressure, hypertension, for obstructive sleep apnea, for infertility in the female, for backache, everything. So the glucose metabolism, it becomes good. Glucose control also becomes very good, and glucose tolerance also becomes very good. So there are a number of the procedure in bariatric surgery which we are doing nowadays, and every procedure is being done by the laparoscopic technique. So the most common procedure in India is a laparoscopic sleeve gastrectomy we do, and in US it is Roux-en-Y gastric bypass is most common, but we are doing equal number of Roux-en-Y gastric bypass and gastric sleeve and mini gastric bypass. A lot of procedures are there. If I talk about the laparoscopic sleeve gastrectomy, which is also known as banana sleeve, sleeve resection, so many names has been given to this procedure. This is a very simple procedure where we remove some part of the stomach, which is the reservoir of the food there, and we remove around 80 to 85% of the part of the stomach. So the total capacity of the stomach, it goes down. So this will restrict your diet. It will restrict the portion size also. And earlier it was known that the diabetes was because of the pancreas, but nowadays it is not because of the pancreas, or we can say not only because of the pancreas, but yes, it is basically because of your digestive system. It is basically driven by, you can say, the neuroendocrine system of your digestive system, because in the reaction to your foods, a lot of hormones are being secreted from the digestive system, and all those hormones, they regulate the secretion of the insulin, they regulate your hunger and or your satiety reflexes through the centers which are present in the brain at the hypothalamus. So when we do the bariatric surgery, so there is an alteration of all these hormones, and because of these hormones, we are going to control the diabetes, or we are going to control the weight, or we are going to control the other system of the body. So if you talk about the sleeve gastrectomy, number 1, there is a restriction of the food, that the portion size of your food will go less. It will decrease in the size. It will give you the less calories, and there would be more restriction. And the hormonal part, yes, because we are going to remove that part of the stomach. So because the ghrelin is a one hormone which is responsible for the hunger. The more is the level of the ghrelin in the body, the more you have a hunger. So we can say this is orexogenic hormone. This is a diabetogenic hormone, which is being secreted by the stomach. So because of the orexogenic manifestation, it will increase the hunger, and because of the diabetogenic action, it will decrease the insulin level, or it can decrease the insulin sensitivity, or it can increase the level of the growth hormones. So all these conditions, the ghrelin will increase the hunger and it predisposes to have an obesity. So by removing the part of the stomach, we are going to remove the cells also, which produce the ghrelin. And after the surgery, the level of the ghrelin hormone goes down. And because of that, we have a good control on the diabetes after sleeve gastrectomy. And we have a good weight loss after the sleeve gastrectomy. Second procedure is the Roux-en-Y gastric bypass. What we do in the Roux-en-Y gastric bypass, we divide the stomach into two pieces. Proximal is a very small piece. We can say it is hardly, you can say 20 to 40 ml, and the bigger the distal piece. So now what we do, we connect this proximal small piece of the stomach to the distal intestines. So now the food will not go to the stomach, which is the bigger part. It will go to the smaller part of the stomach, and then directly from there, the food will travel into your intestines. So that causes control of the diabetes. So there are so many physiological effects because of the gastric bypass. The one is the impact of the weight loss. So because of the weight loss, because of the decrease in the number of the adipose tissues in the fat cells, the insulin sensitivity is go up. It will go up, and resistance of the insulin will go down. And it will also protect the pancreatic beta cell function. So the beta cells are the cells in the pancreas from where the insulin is being secreted. So it will increase the function of the beta cell. It will decrease the insulin resistance. It will increase the insulin sensitivity. So because the smaller part of the stomach is there in the pathway of your food, so that is why the portion size will also go down. So the total portion, the quantity of the meal which we will take, that will go down. So that is why the total intake of the calories will also go down. Then we exclude the distal stomach. That will also have an impact on the weight loss. Then there is the exclusion of the proximal small intestine. That will also play the major role in the control of the diabetes and weight loss, because a lot of anti-incretin are being secreted from that part of the intestine that will not be secreted after the bariatric surgery, after the Roux-en-Y gastric bypass. So the incretin level, incretin is the hormone, or we can say the effect of the hormone, which increases the insulin sensitivity, it decreases the insulin resistance, and it increases the satiety. There is a more satiation after the Roux-en-Y gastric bypass, because this hormone is going to tell the brain that you are full. You don't need to have more food. So early satiety would be there, insulin sensitivity will go up. So in that way, we are going to control the diabetes. Another effect is there is increased level of GLP-1. So a lot of hormones are being secreted from mouth to the whole of the intestine. So these are the very important hormones. That is, the ghrelin is important, insulin is important, and now the GLP-1, which is being secreted from the intestine, is also important, because what the GLP-1 does, it has an incretin effect. Incretin means it will increase the sensitivity of the insulin. It will decrease the resistance of the insulin. It will give you the early satiety. It will make you feel full early after taking small bites, or we can have after the small portion of your meal, you will be having the satiety. So this is how the Roux-en-Y gastric bypass have an effect on the diabetes. Then there are mini gastric bypass. There is the biliopancreatic diversion. There is the jejunal bypass. There is a BPD with the DS. A lot of procedures are being done. So the principle of all the procedure is we are going to increase the sensitivity of the insulin and decrease the resistance of the insulin. So in spite of having effect on the diabetes, we have an effect on the reproductive life of the females. Because after the bariatric surgery, there is the leptin is also go down, and the female sex hormones concentration will go up. There is more chances of ovulation. There is a regularization of the menstrual periods. There is a decreased androgenic effect in PCOS, polycystic ovarian disease, in the females. So the hirsutism, that is the overgrowth of hair on the body, that will go down. So bariatric surgery have positive effect on the reproductive female's reproductive life and the male's reproductive life. In the female, the testosterone level will go down and the male's testosterone level will go up. So it has a positive effect on the reproductive life. After bariatric surgery, on sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is when you have a snoring at night. So the snoring would be the initial part of developing obstructive sleep apnea. It is a very dangerous condition when you have a decreased concentration of the oxygen in the brain cell at night, and you suddenly awaken up, and then you go, even it may be for few fractions of the second that you don't know how many times you are awakening at night because of obstructive sleep apnea. So this is basically linked with the obesity because of the fat around the neck. So there is an obstruction to your windpipe, and the oxygen going towards your brain, that goes down. And when there is a decreased concentration of the brain cells of the oxygen, then automatically the brain is going to awaken up you that, look, my oxygen level is going down, please do something. So there is a frequent awakening at night. This is known as obstructive sleep apnea. And sometimes this is so dangerous that because of this, there can be a silent death at night. So this is, after the bariatric surgery, we are having the relief from the obstructive sleep apnea also. And a lot of other comorbid conditions, they are also going to be, there is a major resolution after the bariatric surgery. So here I would say, combination of your good diet, then modification of your lifestyle, and the bariatric surgery. All three, they have additive action on the mechanism for the resolution of all the conditions which are there as a part of the metabolic syndrome.
Very, very nicely explained, Dr. Saggu. I always enjoy your talks because I'm diabetic, so I'm extremely sensitive. I've been through sleep apnea. Now I've lost weight, so it's that's not so much of a problem. But I really enjoy your talks because, and not only that, I think when it builds overall health, in terms of a pandemic, we become less susceptible. Otherwise, we diabetics are so vulnerable to these kind of things.
Yeah, because any kind of disease, whether it is a diabetes, whether it is a hypercholesterolemia, whether it is a hypertension, it's a sleep apnea, they are going to eat up your immunity. So when you don't have you can say the average or the good immunity, then you are susceptible to each and every pandemic. It may be COVID, it may be influenza, it may be HIV, it may be anything. So any type of the disease, it may be simple respiratory infection. So because of the chronic diseases, it is going to eat your immunity. And when you don't have an immunity, you are susceptible to a lot of things.
A lot of things, yes.
No, and I think that it's like we keep reiterating, these are not habits just to survive COVID. Again, this is good habits to protect you completely, because obesity is on the rise, and we need to eliminate the obesity, think a little bit smarter about our health and how we can beat it. And I think that there are some cases, maybe, I don't know, maybe you can correct me, but there are some cases of obesity that maybe could not have been prevented. But for the most of it, I think it's just our standard lifestyles that we have changed in the past 10 years. Our foundation changed. And these are good things to talk about routinely, to remind ourselves, you can eat better.
Yeah. So one thing we should keep in mind, that the obesity is not a God gifted. It has not come to you through the nature. It is a man-made. It is a man-made disease. It is a man-made disease. And if it is a man-made disease, you can always control this. And everything is in your hands. Everything is in control. So it's a mindset. You have to change your mindset. You have to change your diet pattern. You have to change your lifestyle.
Yeah, and that's a good point that it is a man-made disease. There are a lot of man-made diseases, there are things those are the things that we're supposed to control, and we're not. And we just need to be on top of it. I see it all the time, and I ask myself, how does this happen? I think it starts here. It starts with a poor foundation, but also something that irritates me is it's cheaper to buy the poor quality foods and the foods that are not good for us than it is to buy the healthier foods. A mom can go in and buy several bags of potato chips and hand them out to the kids for less than what she could buy one bag of oranges or apples or bananas. And that shouldn't be. We should be encouraged and inspired and rewarded for shopping healthier, and we're not. It's just,
Nature is providing us a healthy food. Nature is providing us a healthy food. Nature is providing us fruits, vegetables, lot of complex sugars, the natural sugars. We have a polyunsaturated fatty acids. Lot of things are there in the nature. But what we are doing, the man is playing with all these things. We are interfering. We are making those healthy food into ultra processed diet. So we are processing the things. If we are processing the things given by the nature, now the nature has started processing us. And when the nature is going to process us, we have seen the results of COVID-19.
Yeah, and I think one of my doctors one time, he shared with me that it's healthier to eat the fruit than drink the juice. I was always saying, well, I'm drinking the juice. I'm drinking the, and he goes, no. Your body needs to die. That's why nature made it this way. Your body needs to digest the fruit. It's healthier for the body and it processes. That's why the fruit grew that way. So yeah, you're right. We go out and we process it in ways we shouldn't be. We need, our bodies need to eat it the way it grows. It just, it's just.
I have a question for you regarding the bariatric surgery. So we have seen that there are a lot of young children, basically, or newborn child, they are obese. Since the day they're born, maybe they started getting the obesity maybe in very early age. So what is the difference between that obesity and that obesity which we created after maybe after late 30s or early 40s?
Ankit, there are a lot of causes for the obesity, and one of the causes is genetic also, the environmental also, and your lifestyle also. The genetic also plays around 10 to 20% of the obesity. That is the Prader-Willi syndrome. There is a leptin resistance syndrome. So a lot of syndromes are there because of the mutation in the genes. You have an obesity prevalence in the family. But now, which we are seeing the adolescent obesity, moreover, that adolescent obesity is because the environment of that family is not good.
Yeah.
If there is a genetic, the genetic can occur in one or two adolescent in the family. But all the adolescent in the family, they are, a lot of families, they have everybody is obese. So that is because the environment of your family is not good. You are more prone to have obesity. So that is the major reason. So if there is even in the genetic obesity also, we are doing the bariatric surgery. We have done 4-year-old boy also, and they also need some sort of surgery because ultimately this surgery is going to change the hormone level inside the body, and according to the hormone levels, the obesity or there would be the weight loss, and we can say the less prevalence for the diabetes or hypertension to develop in the adolescent or in the adulthood. So those type of the obesity can also be controlled, but moreover, these obesity is because of the family environment. The obesity is running in the family because nobody is running in the family.
Yeah.
So that is the family environment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So well said, sir. Well said. And also, we have seen that. There is still a gap whenever you go out and try to buy the diet foods and things like that. They are not available in the market, and people tend to buy food which says healthy food, but they are not healthy for you. So, what kind of food habits we need to develop, especially for the obese people? I'm not talking about myself, but generally for the obese, because they also would like to eat all those junk food, but how they can, try to prevent themselves from eating those foods and try to change the diet.
Yeah, there should be an ABCD formula. A is for the adequacy. Your diet has to be adequate, having all the things. Number B is balanced. The diet has to be balanced. The lot of things are there, like dairy products. They are good. You can say they are not good in the protein, but they have some sort of natural carbohydrate. They have some sort of iron or other things. So you can combine always the constituents. Some constituents they have a deficiency of something, and they have a deficiency of other things. So the diet should be balanced. C is the calorie. You should see your diet should provide you lesser in the calorie. It should be more, bulky diet. So the bulky diet will make you full early.
Okay.
So you will consume less calories. So you should have a bulky food. Then it should be adequate, balanced, less calorie, and it should have a moderation in everything. Moderation in everything.
And also, sir, how important is if we start, doing our dinner early, maybe before 7, and then that will also help in the lifestyle?
Yeah, that way we can see your metabolism, the timing of the metabolism. So the meals has to be according to the timing of the metabolism. So if we see, there are so many studies which they studied the level of the ghrelin. Of the ghrelin. Ghrelin is an hormone that is orexogenic, that increase your appetite. So in the morning at 7 o'clock there is a peak of the ghrelin. Then at 12 o'clock there is a peak of the ghrelin. Then 6 o'clock there is a peak of the ghrelin. So it means after 7 in the morning, 7 to 9, the metabolism is very fast. Then 12 to 2 is the metabolism is fast. And then around, you can say 6 to 8 is the metabolism is fast. So these are the timing for your meals. If you take meals in those timings, in those intervals, the metabolism would be good. Your food would be digested well. If you are taking your meals beyond these timings, maybe your dinner after 8, then your metabolism becomes slow. And when the metabolism is slow, your digestion is not good. Whatever you have eaten, that would be deposited. The absorption of the glucose depends on the concentration of the glucose in the body. So if you already have a high glucose at 8 o'clock time, then whatever you will eat, the glucose, that would be absorbed and that would be deposited in form of fat and the glycogen.
Okay.
Because what we do, we spend our money in the daytime, and whatever the extra we have, we always keep handy to us. So fats and the glycogen, they can easily break up and give the glucose. Right. So that is why the rest of the glucose, which is not used by your blood, by your blood and then your body cells, that has been deposited in form of the fat and the glycogen. So that will what that will give you. The fat will give you more adipose tissue, and the glycogen will give you more glycogen deposition in the liver. So liver will also become fatty. Your abdomen will also become fatty. The periphery will become fatty. So that is why we should eat our meals in time period of when your metabolism is on the faster side.
How do you spell that hormone ghrelin?
That is GHRELIN. Ghrelin.
GHRELIN. Okay, because I just wanted to study that. And the last three, you said A, B, C, D: adequacy, balanced, calorie, low calorie, and what was D?
D was I let you know D. I forgot the D.
No worries. Okay, I'm making notes here every time you speak.
Yeah.
We can rewind the video and we can get to know what is the D.
Okay.
And Dr. Saggu, you know that in India people used to have that early morning tea or bed tea. How good or bad is that bed tea for your health?
Sorry?
So generally we take early morning bed tea or morning tea without having empty stomach basically. So is it good or bad for health?
No, always best is you take a plain warm water in the morning in spite of taking any type of sugary things, because your tea is enriched with the sugar, right? So the morning tea is not good. It's a fashion. Sometimes husband gives to the wife and sometimes wife gives to the husband. So this is give and take. It's not good. It doesn't have any nutritional value.
to maintain the household democracy and to maintain the household peace, we need to have
this is the maintain the relationship between husband and wife.
Yeah.
Nothing else. And bedtime at the dinner, after the dinner is also not good. I think after 7 o'clock, you need not to have any type of carbohydrate. If you want to have, you can have a natural carbohydrate that can be from your fruits, that can be from your dairy products. You can have a milk at night. And Mr. Rakesh, the D is nutrient density. The density of the nutrients has to be good in your diet. So A, D, C, and D.
Okay.
Density. Okay. What about, so I never put sugars in my teas. Is that okay I usually just drink tea straight. So, but I believe in a glass of water when I first wake up, and, I brush my teeth and get a glass of water and then go to my tea or coffee. So, but I don't put any additives in my tea.
Yeah. If we can have a glass of warm water before brushing your teeth, that is good, because your overnight saliva is alkaline, and always good to have a alkaline water into your stomach. That will neutralize your acidity. So to neutralize your acidity in the stomach, you need to have a alkaline saliva inside the stomach. So always good to have a glass of water before brushing your teeth.
I see. I didn't know that. That is good information.
Very
oh my
good.
gosh! Wow. I mean, it's and that will help probably with our digestive system, the day and everything.
That's true.
I'm gonna switch it. I'll have my warm glass of water when I wake up, and then brush my teeth, and then go.
And brush your teeth.
Yeah.
At least swallow your saliva. That is why swallowing your saliva is very important. It has a lot of nutritional value also. Lot of enzymes are the amylase is there. Amylase is very important enzyme for the digestion.
So are there some teas that are better for you than other teas? Because you always read these labels, right? And they go, oh, this tea is better for digestive, and this. Are there some teas that are really better for you than others?
You can have a green tea, because green tea have antioxidants, and the antioxidants always take away the free oxygen radicals you have in your body. So to get rid of your free radicals, antioxidants, any type of antioxidant, whether it is a green tea, whether it is a vitamin B, vitamin D, vitamin C, these all, vitamin E also, they are all antioxidants. So having an antioxidant is good for your skin, good for your body.
Okay. No, I think that's good to know. I just, you always read labels, right? They go, oh, this is better for you than this. And ginger tea is better for your digestive system. I think if you mix spices up, it's probably good. But
these herbs are important for your immunity. Even ginger is good. Even the garlic is also good. Turmeric is also good. You can have a cumin seeds also. So these spices which we use for your cooking, that are very important to boost up your immunity. So for that case, you can have a turmeric, you can have a garlic, ginger. These are good.
No, I agree.
My wife takes turmeric with coffee regularly. She enjoys it.
Okay, I actually take turmeric with the milk during at night.
Right.
With 2 cloves of garlic.
Oh, I never heard of that. That's it.
Yeah, that is an immunity booster. That is an immunity booster. And because I got my tooth extracted, so it's good for that also.
No, I think that's I would have never thought of that. What's interesting is I would feed my dog garlic every day. And you know why I did that? To keep the ticks and fleas off of my dog, right? So my dog was eating healthy, and one day I'm like, well, if I want the fleas and ticks off my dogs, why don't I eat the garlic, right? I
think turmeric is good for skin as well. I think Dr. Tulla is with us.
It's a good antiseptic. Yeah, antiseptic, and it's good for the skin also.
So,
Dr. Tulla.
Hello, sir. How are you? If we go by literature, if we go by the ancient literature, this turmeric or haldi, which we know in India, it was used for a lot of ailments of skin, especially even in burns. They were using this. So even people who used to get burnt, they were using this as a
turmeric.
treatment. And so.
Sir, we can't hear you. You need to.
Oh, sorry.
We can't hear you.
Ask him to pick his mic
Is
up.
it better now? Yeah, is it better now?
It's
Yeah.
better now, but there is some blocking as well on your
Okay.
camera.
Okay,
Something is
okay, I got it now.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess so. This is what the thing is, that if you go by our ancient literature also, so there are a lot of practices which being done before, and I mean turmeric is one of the most you can say an immunity booster also, as well as it was used in a lot of skin treatments, including burns, as I told you. So this is there with the turmeric story. Now comes with the tea. Now we need to understand that tea basically is a plant. See, you need to understand what is the difference between the various kind of teas, right? So
Yeah.
there are two steps in teas which they are done. One is basically a rolling. That is, once the tea leaves are plucked out of the tea garden, so there is a step which is known as rolling, in which what they do is, this is basically partially processed tea. That means that there are the leaves which are basically dried and rolled over, and then the other steps of tanning and other things come into the picture. So tea, if the green tea, which you basically is available all across the world by different trade names and all, that is basically, you can call it very lightly processed tea. So it's basically, I mean, minimally processed, right? The rest of the teas which are available with us, the common brands all around, they are processed tea. So you have tannin in greater quality in them. So we need to understand two things when we are taking tea. One is that we have a practice of including milk in tea, and especially in India, we have this habit of boiling the tea too much, right? Now, this is not a good thing to do. Though we Indians are hooked to boiling tea, we love to boil the tea in the pot and keep it boiling and boiling. I am also, I mean, a culprit in that I do that a lot, and it makes the tea tastier. But unfortunately, it does not make it decreases the nutritive value of the tea. So there is this challenge between taste and and nutrition. So rule of thumb all over is that always you see that if you talk about nutritious food, it's going to be little less on taste, right?
Yeah.
That's typical of it. So the more the oil you put in, the more you put in the cheese, marmalade, these things you put them, the food becomes tastier. So we need to, I mean, there is a trade-off which we need to exercise when we are eating. I mean, that's what it is. And the most important thing in certain cultures, as I'm sure it happens in America also, I've seen all across the globe while traveling. So people have now started going to processed food. So they've lost the art of cooking.
Yeah.
One reason is they don't have the time, because I mean everyone is busy, and what happens is so what over a period of time people don't really know what they're consuming. So even when they are buying the products off the shelf, hardly many people are looking into what they are buying. They're just pulling, I mean, the things off the shelf and putting it in that basket and carrying it home, opening it and eating it. So this is a tendency which we have realized that over a period of time, one this has become. The other tendency of people why they tend to overeat is, one, because of psychological reasons also, which is very underrated. People don't appreciate and realize that there is a lot of psychology also involved in eating. So people who are depressed, people who are not, I mean, where the chips are down, there is a tendency to overeat. And once you start overeating, you will keep on eating and eating. The best trick to stop eating or try to contain eating is to chew more. So that means that ideally when you're putting a bite in your mouth, you should be grinding it for 30 to 40 times. Now, how many people do that? Because if you grind it for that period of time, you will realize your appetite is going to go down.
Yes.
Yes.
Because the more you grind it, the more the message goes to the brain that okay, you're filled. If you start stuffing your abdomen with food, the message portraying is going to be late and you would have overeaten by that time. I'm sure Dr. Saggu will agree with me there that the main story is to eat, I mean, chew more. Unfortunately, we are so much strained on time and effort, so we are basically all we are gobbling food rather than enjoying food.
That is true.
That is true.
So very important is, I mean, what to eat when to eat, how to eat, and how much to eat. So these
And also
four things are very important.
And also with
Even-
whom to eat.
Yeah. So
Because your partners are also kind.
there should be, I mean, there should be a mindful eating.
Yeah.
So whenever you are eating, you should be focusing on eating. So rightly said by Dr. Tulla that you should chew it properly. So basically, after bariatric surgery, we train our patients to chew more and have a mindful eating, because constitute is very, and you have to eat for your health. Don't eat for your taste buds. That is very important. If you go by your taste buds, you are not going to have a healthy food. So diet pattern and when to eat and how to eat is very important. You have to chew it properly. Again, there is importance of saliva, because when you are chewing properly in your oral cavity, number one, you are grinding it properly. Number two, you are mixing your food with the saliva.
Yeah.
Because saliva has amylase and lot of enzymes. So number three, your food becomes alkaline. Then you will not be having any acidity. So you are mixing it in the alkaline media. And number four, you will enjoy your food, because while keeping the food into your oral cavity for a long time, your taste buds will be happy, even you are having a healthy food.
Now
And also, I would like to know that because in India we try to use or eat with our hands, and people in other countries they use it with spoon and all. So, is there a difference in understanding your mind that you are eating full or your tummy is full when you eat with hand or using a spoon?
Look, there is no enough data, for that. But yes, some says that because of the tactile stimulation of your fingers, the reflexes which is going from your digestive system towards your hypothalamus of your brain, that become faster. Because the first sense of your food is your oral cavity, your tongue. But then the first sense become your fingers. So because you're touching your fingers with your food first, so your reflex starts early. So we don't have enough data to prove that, but yes, this is the, you can say, mythology behind this culture of having food with the fingers.
So I think the biggest problem with us, what we've seen over a period of time, is that we need to understand that we should eat in a peaceful atmosphere. Right now, what has happened is that every time we are eating, we are either watching television or doing anything. So our whole focus is not on eating. It is, see, if there is a heated debate going on, you will eat more, because you will be embroiled so much into that debate which is going around that you will forget what you are eating. And this is typical, which we've seen. So, with children also, why are the children getting obese? There are three reasons for it. One, of course, there is a lack of physical activity, because they are so much ingrained with technology that they don't want to go outdoors. They don't want to sweat it out in the hot, humid weather. Everyone is now into ACs, so that's a challenge. Number two is that they have access to a lot of food which we didn't have during our childhood. So there is a lot of, fat-filled, high calorie food, high calorie drinks which are available now, and everyone is basically the binge eating and binge watching. So that's the challenge. So as a rule of thumb, we should always try not to, when we are eating, we should try to refrain from interaction of any kind with any technology, or watch the TV, or read a newspaper, because if our concentration is not towards eating, we are going to go overboard. And this is a typical thing, which there is a paper on this which has been published, where they have seen that people who eat with their mind into eating eat relatively lesser as compared to people who are distracted and they eat.
No, it's.
But do you also believe that eating empty? Eating like 80% of your stomach is good, or you have to eat or make your stomach full? Then only you feel that you have eaten well.
So there are 2-3 things with it. What happens is, traditionally we used to eat fruits after food, right? Now the concept is absolutely other way around. So it says that eat roughage first, so that you fill your stomach with roughage, and then eat the nutritious food what you are eating after that. So that even if you want to eat more, you will not be able to eat more. So roughage comes as roughage means cucumber. It means all kind of green leafy, well-washed vegetables, right? So these are things which we should be eating. Even if we want to take water, we should take water before food, maybe around half an hour before food, so that we are some partially filled up before we start taking food. Because if we are not that, if we are not, we are not, I would say, balanced with our food, or we are not strict with our food regimens. Because see, ultimately everyone is bound to cheat, right? It's very difficult. Honestly speaking, how many people are there? You can hold it. Raise your hands if you have never cheated in life. It cannot be, right? And with the food, when the food comes on the table, you are bound to cheat, right? So we need to, make ways and means around it so that we are careful with that.
So why not cheat our stomach to think that we're eating more? That's smart. Cheat ourselves by thinking we're eating more, right?
Yeah. Scientific fact behind Dr. Tulla's theory is, rightly said Dr. Tulla, we should have a more roughage as compared to having a lot of carbohydrate or sugary food, because you know how your satiety reflex starts from your stomach to the brain. So basically, this is again, Rakesh, this is a ghrelin based. When there is a stretching of the wall of your stomach, when there is a stretching of your wall of the stomach, then only the ghrelin will tell then only the receptors in the wall of the stomach will tell the brain that you are full. So until and unless you are not stretching the wall of your, in India we say, pet bhar ke kha liya. That means you are stretching the wall of your stomach, and that stretching you can do. The normal capacity of your stomach is around 1.5 liter. So that stretching can be possible when you have taken the portion size of 1.5 liter. And then 1.5 liter can have 500 calories if you have taken roughage along with that. It can have a 5,000 calories if you have taken a lot of sugary food. So that depends on you. So the 1.5 liter of your food will stretch the wall of your stomach to tell your brain that you are full. So that depends on the contents of your food. So, again, if you are taking more refined sugar is the sugar which has been processed from sugarcane or sugar beet. Like white flour is there, sweetener there, corn syrup is there. So all those things which are not good for you. So these refined sugars, they have a simple sugar. And I tell you that these simple sugars or refined sugars are very dangerous, because they are being digested very fast, because they have only one saccharide. Either it would be glucose or it would be fructose. So that will be digested very fast, and you will not feel full, because whatever the sugar you have taken, that will absorb immediately, that will give you energy immediately. You will feel, I'm not full. You're not stretching your stomach. So that is why you should not be taking the refined sugar. You should always take a natural sugar. Natural sugar, it may be partially processed or it would be non-processed. Non-processed like your fruits, your vegetables, and partially processed like your whole grains. In spite of stripping up your grains, you have to take whole food, whole grains, so that you can have more roughage, as being discussed, as been explained by Dr. Tulla. If you will have more roughage, in 1.5 liter, you will have lot of roughage, and you will stretch the wall, and you will tell your brain that I'm full. Number 2, Dr. Tulla discussed about the binge dieting. Binge dieting is only there when you are late awakener. You are not sleeping in time. In spite of sleeping at 10 or 11 o'clock, if you are sleeping at 2 o'clock, because while you are awakening, the ghrelin hormone is going up. Your body's ghrelin hormone is going up, and that is a hunger hormone. So that will tell you, I want to have something, always. But while sleeping, the leptin hormone is there. So when there is a leptin hormone is anorexic hormone, a satiety hormone that keep you satiate, satiation in stage. So you will not have feeling of the hunger when leptin is there, but you will have a feeling of hunger when ghrelin is there. So in spite of awakening at night, you should have in time sleep, have a good quality sleep. So that would give you a good health.
Well, that is
But sir, some
so,
people
so
are
useful
able to
because
sleep
I
on time.
do experience this. I do experience when I stay up late, I feel hungry. That's why I go to sleep now. I'm supposed to go to sleep now, but yeah, it's 11:30 here, so this is my normal time to go to sleep. But you're
Yeah.
absolutely spot on this. I totally go with you.
Yeah, I think too, and correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe our commercialization of how we eat needs to be changed as well, because like they'll show a dessert that just looks so delectable and we know it's so bad for you, right? But why not show somebody eating a really delectable piece of fruit and at the right time of day of when they should eat it, like maybe before they go to bed, or the drinking the milk that's mixed a certain way. My grandmother used to tell me she would always warm milk before she'd go to bed. She said it would help her sleep better, that she didn't need any sleep aids when she had a warm milk before she went to bed. I don't know how true that is, but I do know it worked for her. But perhaps if we saw commercials or famous people like the celebrity we had on last Tuesday enjoying the right foods at the right time of day and commercializing that, what do you guys think about that?
Absolutely. I think it is what we see on television. And I've just also resolved not to switch on the television. I always switch on the television when I'm eating, or I'm reading a book when I'm eating. And this talk has been absolutely an eye opener.
So I've never believed in the TV being on when I eat, because I feel like I lose conversation if somebody's at the table with me. But sometimes when you're by yourself, it's easy to turn on the TV just for that noise of
hearing
human voices.
Just do music. You don't need the TV.
So Kim, it is better that while you're eating, you can listen to music. I mean that also phone conversations. They're also one big no-no. So that is a no-no. We've seen a lot of people basically while they're eating, they're conversing. So their mind is into conversation. They don't know what they're eating.
And no texting either. I have a rule at my house: phones down at eating time. I don't care how big a group we have, if it's a party, any of that. All phones down at prayer and dinner. Done. Because I think you're right. I think we're too into the conversations and not what's around us. What I find interesting is how you both support the chewing of the food, drinking a glass of water before we eat, which I try to do, but I tend to forget. But what about taking liquid while we eat? Is there a formula that works best while you're eating, taking liquid?
So we should be drinking water around 30 minutes before you're taking food and 30 minutes after you have taken the food. Because what happens while taking a liquid along with your food will neutralize your enzymes in the digestive system, and then the enzymes will not be able to work properly and your digestion would not be good. So it is not good to neutralize your enzymes or dilute your food in the stomach. Once the food has passed from the stomach into the intestine, that takes around 45 minutes to 1 hour. Then you can have water, because now the food has crossed your stomach and has gone to the intestine for the absorption. So then this liquid will not going to dilute your food. So we can have after 30 or 45 minutes of your meal.
So what
and the principle always we should
the beverages are off. The beverages are off the table. After table.
Yeah, again, the coca along with the food. Coca is having a refined sugar, so say no to refined sugar. No coca, no sweeteners, no corn syrup, nothing. Just have a bulky diet, high fiber diet, so that you can say your brain, "I'm full," with 500 to 1,000 calories only. So that is the best principle. That is the best practices you can have. And the best policy is always do two things at one time is always bad. Do only one thing so that you can give your 100% focus to one thing. If you are eating, mindful eating. If you are watching TV, you are watching TV. If you are listening music, you are listening music. If you are talking, you are talking. Two things are always bad at one time.
No, that's in business, that's a good practice too. That's just a good discipline, to try to focus on one thing because you get it finished, right? If you don't focus on that one thing, a lot of times it doesn't get finished. And I think eating is probably the place that we forgot to do this. I think it's very important. This is probably the best conversation I've had in a long time. I mean, I've learned so much about just drinking with my meal and all the things about, when to eat and how. I forgot about chewing. We learned that as a kid. How many? Shame on you. Oh, shame on you.
No, that's for
You
the
make
kids.
that an ice
That's
cream
not
and then I'm in trouble.
No, but generally, that. A lot of people suggest that if you don't have food, you can have a chocolate
Snicker.
or maybe a sneaker. Is it good for health?
So that's good for energy. That's good for energy, but not good for
This is
health.
good. Yeah, this is good for cheating. You can say chocolate is a cheater.
Chocolate is a cheater. My dad was diabetic, but his favorite thing, I hate saying this, but he kind of liked it when his sugar dropped. Because my mom would give him a Snickers bar when you showed the Snickers bar. Because my doctor one time told my mom, when his sugar drops, just get him a Snickers bar. So I think my dad would do this on purpose. And he'd let his sugar drop so he would get a Snickers bar. So my mom would stock up on Snickers bars and she would keep them in the refrigerator so they wouldn't melt. They didn't have a lot of money. But she would when the doctor said he could have it, my dad would go, Snickers bars, make sure you get the Snickers bars. And, but that's how
we have a healthy snack also. So the typical, I'm sure Mr. Krishnan would be remembering that when we were kids, we used to eat a lot of that. That is what is known as the chikki or gachak.
Yeah.
That is basically peanuts with roasted in caramelized
sugar. Yeah.
Sugar.
That's
So
true.
that sugar was also So that sugar was also. I mean, see, we when we were children, there's a very interesting thing which used to happen. So we used to eat a lot of this good when we were children. All the tea were also made from this jaggery, right? Jaggery, right? So what happened is, over a period of time, jaggery was replaced by this refined sugar. And this is how Americanization of India happened, madam. I'm just giving you a little history.
We can say it's a westernization of India.
You introduced sugar to us. Yeah, so you introduced sugar to us. We left jaggery and went into sugar.
You can't
and now
blame
what has
them.
happened
Sugar
is
was
the
invented
whole
in
circle
India. Sugar was
I'm just
invented in
telling
India.
them. I'm just telling them that the kind of, I remember when way back in the very early,
You're right.
very early 70s and 80s, a lot of people in the villages were only used to taking jaggery. So sugar was nowhere there, right? Then came sugar, and slowly there was a status symbol attached with sugar.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the status symbol changed the entire thing. And now look what we are going into. We are again going back to jaggery.
There you go. You know what? Why not start evolving? Because this conversation has just been fantabulous. But why not start evolving maybe an app, because we are so into our technology, that tells us some better snack foods to eat, right? Because I think if we're reminded and shown that wow, and make it look tasteful, right? Because we do that with candy and junk. We make it look so good and sweet, but maybe we can do that and advertise healthier foods, like eating blueberries. I'm waiting for my blueberry bushes to ripen. They've got thousands of blueberries. The birds will get to most of them, but because I won't put nets up, because the snakes always get tangled in the nets, and I don't like the snakes. So I just let the birds have some, and I get the rest usually. I think the squirrels climb into them too. But blueberries are good for you. I can eat a pound of them in one setting. I'm sure that's not good. I'm sure you two are going to go, Kim, that's too many. But I could eat a pound of blueberries.
Yeah, all the berries, whether it is the blueberry, strawberry, raspberry, they are good sources of natural carbohydrate. It is not a refined carbohydrate. So that natural carbohydrate, it absorbs very slowly and it make you feel full early. So that is why we drink milk at night, because milk has a natural carbohydrate. It very slowly it is being absorbed from your body. So maybe you have drunk at night, and after 4 5 hours, this will be absorbed. This sugar will be absorbed. So that is why this is a good source of natural. Even all the berries, they're good source of natural carbohydrate. They're good source of protein as well. All the berries, they have good amount of protein.
They're healthy not just internally, but all of this kind of develops your external, right? It makes your hair healthier, your skin, right, Dr. Tulla? I mean, this is good for your skin. Eating healthier. Women need to know this because we're at home without any of our beauty aids, right? We're not going to our beauticians. We're not going getting our hair done. We're not going to see it. Some people go see a face beautician for face maintenance where, they exfoliate your skins and clean your pores. But we're at home. But eating healthier is internally and to external. That's better, right?
Much better. Much better.
So see, skin is basically a reflection of yourself. What the mind is telling you is being reflected on the skin. See, aging is going to happen with everyone. I mean, everyone is going to age. But you see, there are genetics involved. There are a lot of other factors involved, skin quality and all that. But the paradox is that if you're not eating well, you're aging faster. So that is why it is very important that you eat right, you eat a balanced diet. Of course, you're going to cheat a little bit here and there. That's okay, provided that you cheat less. You don't cheat more, you cheat less. And so you just cheat a little lesser. And I mean, that's what the way it is. So you eat a lot of basically natural food, and natural means, I mean, not which is laced with pesticide.
Right. And I agree.
Now, that is also a challenge. That is also a challenge because, I mean, honestly speaking, natural is no longer natural also. So I mean, that is a bigger challenge also, and especially in developing countries like India and all. So we have these fruits and all which are grossly contaminated. So I mean, it's a challenge.
It is a difficult challenge because I often wonder too, if we're spraying the fruits as they grow, is it growing in the fruit? Of course they say it isn't, but in my garden, I use all natural herbicides. And what I mean by herbicides, we don't use herbicides. I grow flowers that keep the bugs and the pest away. And we just, if a plant is overridden with bugs, then we just remove the plant. And we just go, well, that's just a little bit less fruit for us. But we don't believe in any herbicides in my garden. But when I shop for fruits and vegetables, I have no idea what they did with those. The ones that say natural, I don't believe it. So I wash it good, but I mean,
same here. I washed them thoroughly.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it didn't grow in the fruit. Sometimes stuff grew in the fruit, and I mean, I could be wrong, but it's conceivable. But I don't know why these places can't do what I do. Like most bugs, they hate marigolds. You can plant a field of marigolds. They hate them. I have the most beautiful green bean plants that no bugs, not one bitten bug, because I plant marigolds all around my green beans. And can
I ask you a question? I mean, Mr. Krishnan, you are based in Singapore, if I'm not wrong.
Hong Kong.
So, what is the? I mean, if a guy gets caught for, contaminating the food, or fortifying the food,
adulteration of the food.
Adulteration of the food. That is the word. That I would use. So, what is the penalty there in Hong Kong? Is there a penalty for this?
I'm not aware because I'm not so familiar with the laws of Hong Kong. But most of our food, like the apples I have now, have come from New Zealand. So most of our food is imported. So I know in New Zealand they're quite strict about this. So I usually buy New Zealand apples because I'm from New Zealand in that sense. We have pears from France. So because Hong Kong has hardly any local food production, and so in that sense, even the water that we drink is from China. It comes from the Pearl River, which comes from China. So we have good processing, purification plants and things like that. Hong Kong is quite okay. Actually, the quality of food that I get in Hong Kong is better than what we normally get in India. But in New Zealand, we have the dairy is so rich. The food, the beef is so rich. I am petrified. I'm planning to return to New Zealand later on this year, and I am petrified of what's going to happen to me there.
So
I will have to
talk. We just had a
Timbals,
enjoy the food. This is what
Yes.
what I really got out of this conversation is, and
Really
honestly,
enjoy
we talk about how good the bad food is, but quite honestly, I don't like my meats heavily seasoned with the salt. I've learned to really, if a steak is really rich and good and comes from a good meat market or a wherever, it tastes better, and it tastes better without all the junk on it. So maybe what we're talking about here is just enjoying the real flavors of the natural foods and take your time, like we're smelling the roses. Right?
Yes, I'm not going to switch on the television now. That's gone. It's going to stop. The ghrelin point is very, very useful, and the leptin, that balance.
The balance.
I normally by now I should be asleep, at least 15 minutes of sleep. So I'm going to call off pretty soon. But that's something I'd read about, but I didn't know which were the enzymes involved, and I just thought it was an old wives' tale. But now that I know the science behind it, and I'm basically a scientist, I'm going to follow it.
Well,
I'm going to follow it, and no other activity other than eating when I sit down for a meal and I sit at the table with the other fact that came into my mind is that very, very often convenience is becomes such an important factor when you select your food. And I think that is where I'm stumbling, in terms of choice of food. I need to look at, cooking more food and taking time to prepare it rather than just getting something off the shelf.
Well, and also sometimes, and we had this talk earlier, when you buy produce, it has a tendency of going bad faster. There are some that last longer, like strawberries don't last longer than blueberries, right? So you learn little habits, like maybe if you get a full package of spinach, my son, he'll get a full package of spinach and kale, and then he'll cut them in half and freeze half and eat the other half, and then maybe cook the other half, because he tries to live on his own. He doesn't want to ask us for help, and so that's how he saves money. But he's getting all the nutrients, I believe, that he needs by doing that, and saves money. But I think people get in their mind, well, I can't do that, right? Why should I buy and freeze it? And in reality, that's where frozen food and canned food comes from. And they actually say that a lot of nutrients go straight into the can, right? If they can from the field to the can is pretty fast. And but I always think what we're talking about today is drinking water before you eat. Make sure you turn off that TV and just enjoy the food. Enjoy the food that God gave us, and maybe our immunity, but maybe my tummy will go down. And I'm going to start changing when I drink my water.
Water. Same here. I'm going to make all those.
Okay, Scott, do you know who this is? Rex. This is a good friend of mine from Texas. Hello, Rex.
Rex. Hey, how you doing, Kimberly?
Namaste. Welcome to the family.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ankit, Rakesh. It was lovely talk.
Thank you.
Dr. Tulla,
I'll also take a leave, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my beautiful doctors, Tulla and Saggu. Thank you. Wow, what a talk today.
Very good one.
Empowered. I feel healthy empowered. I just don't know how else to say this, but Rex is a cyber security and privacy expert out of Texas. That's how we met, is through law enforcement conferences, where Rex speaks, I speak, on different levels. Rex is he takes things to a different level the way I used to. He fights for our rights. Like he gets out there and he literally writes to our senators and lawmakers and say, hey, what are you doing? Why are you letting these guys get away with this? And of course, they don't like to hear it because those guys fund the pockets of the lawmakers, right? But what he's doing isn't just for the U.S. It's truly for everyone in the world.
Yes.
But what we've learned is as bad as this virus is to what we're dealing with COVID, can be as bad as some of the cyber viruses to us on humanity. Warren Buffett spoke on that many times, that the cyber viruses and cyber hackers are more dangerous to us humanity-wise than even nuclear war. And the reason is all the money, economic-wise, all the money. But a lot of people don't know this, but the hackers have been attacking all the hospitals since COVID. Yeah, they have no feelings. Hackers have no.
Tragic.
You know, like when 9/11 happened, I posted this in one of my timeline things, but when 9/11 happened, crime dropped. Like nobody was out stealing from each other in New York. Everybody just had this and sympathy. Even the criminals, they weren't going out robbing the stores or anything. Yeah, we had this weird sympathy going on. And, COVID hits and hackers are like bringing down law enforcement facilities. They're bringing down, because this is their moment in time to take things hostage. And so Rex, share a little bit about what you do with our IBM TV family and where you're from. And because you've been with us and then you had to go leave and get a real job and now you're back thanks to COVID. How are you doing?
So actually, I'm doing good. I'm a privacy and cybersecurity advisor. I'm a tech and telecom industry analyst for Black Ops Partners out of Washington, D.C., which is a cybersecurity firm that works with the mainly Fortune 500 to Fortune 1000 companies on cybersecurity strategy at the executive level, the senior executive level, which is the C-suite, and the board level. My background is in telecommunications. I've been in the industry for over 35 years. I'm a former senior executive for an LTE service provider, and I've helped several application and platform companies launch that were enterprise application and platform development companies that we developed apps and platforms for cellular phones and smartphones. Dating back to the early 2000s, many of our platforms were adopted by companies like Metro PCS, Cricket, Verizon, and so forth. Metro PCS is owned by T-Mobile now, and Cricket's owned by AT&T, and so forth. One of the apps and platforms that we developed was a application called Houdini Soft, and it enabled a hosting carrier like Cricket to unlock and reprovision a non-native phone to their network, meaning a consumer could take their Verizon phone into a Cricket store and then they would plug a cable into the device and it would unlock it and reprovision it on the Cricket network from the Verizon network. Basically, the street terminology for this is jailbreaking and flashing, but on steroids. So we never sold the application to the consumer. But we built the platforms for the carriers to do this, and it's the antithesis of cybersecurity, and that's how I got into telecommunications cybersecurity. Was the development of this platform. We wrote an algorithm that would unlock over 600 makes and models of smartphones, cellular phones, no matter what the locks were, whether they were the manufacturer locks or the locks that the user would enable on the devices. We could unlock those devices because we were coming in at the firmware level or the bin level. And I can't explain how we did that because I can't expose the IP on how we did that, but there wasn't a device that we could unlock.
So forensics on steroids as well, dealing in hacker world and dealing with all the things.
Yep.
It's definitely forensics of all matters, but forensics of data is pretty much what all of this entails. Mm-hmm. But no, you've
right.
been this as long as I have. You've been in the industry, and it changes every day, doesn't it, Rex?
Yep. Yeah, it sure does. And, what I learned at Houdini Soft is applicable to anybody who uses any connected device, whether it's a smartphone, a tablet PC, or a PC that's supported by the Android OS, Apple iOS, and Microsoft Windows OS. Through my research on smartphones, I was able to understand the vulnerabilities within the devices and how hackers can get into the devices. Even intrusive application and platform companies like from China and Russia, companies like ByteDance, which are the makers of TikTok, and Baidu, which makes apps in DU browser, as well as WeChat, which is developed by Tencent, and even domestic tech companies like Amazon and Facebook develop apps and platforms that are intrusive to the user, meaning that they're going to surveil and data mine their product users. And there's a lot of cybersecurity threats involved in that, not so much at the consumer level where people are shopping and buying things, but at the corporate level when somebody brings in a device to a company that's supported by one of these platforms, whether it's Amazon, TikTok, or Facebook. You're enabling these companies to collect your personal and professional information, which includes your corporate information as well. So there's security risk there. Also, these nation state hackers from really bad acting countries have also learned that they can launch DDoS attacks and man-in-the-middle attacks through the apps on the phones, making the phone they can weaponize your phone regarding an app that you may have downloaded through Google Play, the Apple App Store, or the Microsoft App Store, and that app can then launch a DDoS attack or a man-in-the-middle attack. And this happened in Saudi Arabia in 2018. Hackers got in through the Microsoft Windows OS and were able to launch an attack on the industrial control systems of Saudi oil refineries, trying to shut systems down to actually cause an explosion, but they caught it. And they didn't understand where that hack came from because they had a secure network and not realize that the hack actually came through the OS on the device, which can also happen through an app. And that's a vulnerability that people haven't been looking at as well.
No, and that's something that a lot of people don't know or understand, and they don't understand how this can impact them on a commercial used individual basis. But these are things that have to go on in the background that you guys don't know that happen. Mm-hmm. And Kid actually knows the
Oh, I'm sorry, she froze.
Yeah.
So Rex, so we were discussing about cybersecurity, and it's a difficult period during the pandemic, COVID-19, and we have seen a lot of attacks going around the world, and especially in US and UK. And there was a news as well that I won't say a name, but there is one country who is trying to create a mess and trying to take the vaccine research for their own use.
Oh yes, I heard about
going around, and that happens in India and in other parts of the world. And in India also, there's a lot of fake news going on using those cybersecurity spams, using the keyword COVID-19. So what do you have to say on that?
Mm-hmm. So that's interesting because, and this is relevant to what's going on today, but last year, MD Anderson, most people don't realize that most cyber attacks, literally about 5% of the really bad ones actually are non-native, meaning that the attacks come from the outside. A lot of people don't realize that most attacks are actually insider threats from employees and people who are in the supply chain. And this happened to MD Anderson last year. 3 scientists had walked out of there with data that ended up in the hands of the Chinese government. And that was research worth billions of dollars gone overnight. And the 3 scientists were caught and they were let go. But this often happens from the inside more so than the outside with you can be very low tech and still get this information. You don't have to come in and always hack the network to get to it. And that's happening today with COVID. There was a news report about an executive who was compromised for a company, I think in France, that was developing a vaccine, and he was compromised by Chinese operatives. And so these companies are they're being targeted in a big way, and mostly the targets include employees who are working on the applications, as well as executives and board members. And that's what we do at Black Ops, is we educate people on what these threats are and how these insider threats come. And a lot of them are coming through universities too. Unfortunately, there's a lot of students that come to the U.S. and they study, but they're actually operatives for foreign governments. And it's not necessarily all China. I just don't want to pick on China. It's coming from all over the world. A lot of people would be surprised to know that a lot of IP is also being taken by people from that come from India, even Europe and other countries. Everybody wants this IP, so this IP is valuable. So it's not necessarily that the threats are only centered within adversarial countries like Russia and China. It's really a threat that can come from anywhere and from anybody. Even the common criminal, even the employee could sell the information to an organized crime family that can monetize that information. So it's not necessarily just from adversarial countries either. It's you're exposed to just about anybody who works for your company or your organization.
I heard about Angela Merkel's something getting spied upon, and from the US also, So I think it's jungle
exactly.
out there. It's a jungle out there. Everybody catch can sort of. Yeah, you can't trust anybody.
Right. So I wrote. What's interesting is I wrote an article on hybrid warfare for the Vision Times out of Australia, and then it's a 2-series articles. I don't know if you all know this, but I'm also a tech journalist, and I'm a freelance tech journalist, and I write articles for publications like Mission Critical Communications Magazine in the United States, as well as the Epic Times out of New York City and the Vision Times in Australia. I wrote articles for Kimberly's company, Money Masters, and I write them from a tech industry insider's perspective, from somebody who actually started an application and platform company, who knows these vulnerabilities all the way down to at the firmware level. And so recently, based on some work that we do at Black Ops Partners, I wrote 2 articles on hybrid warfare. One article was based on being prepared for hybrid warfare, and what that means are cybersecurity, privacy, and civil liberty threats that are associated with unconventional warfare. A lot of people don't know what that means, but today the modern battlefield is everywhere. Superpowers like China, Russia, and other countries are not fighting mechanized wars against each other. They're fighting war against each other through proxies like Iran, North Korea, Syria, Europe, and all these proxy nations that get involved in these skirmishes all over the world, as well as hybrid warfare can be fought at the corporate level through corporations and going after markets and that sort of thing. And those cybersecurity threats that I talk about often are associated with hybrid warfare as well.
And then you have companies like Facebook selling data to Cambridge Analytica and stuff like that. So it's so it's interesting. I was an advisor. It's interesting you brought that up. I was an advisor for the Senate Judiciary Committee in 2018. I worked with Senate staffers on questions to ask Mark Zuckerberg in regards to the Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. And a lot of people don't realize this, but it wasn't Facebook that sold it directly to Cambridge Analytica. There was an app developer who developed an app that was sold into the Facebook ecosystem. So this app developer who had developed the app basically designed an app that would collect people's personal information through the Facebook ecosystem. So the app was asking things like, what's your favorite movies? And it looked very harmless and innocent. And over 80 million
U.S. citizens who were Facebook users had used that app, plus millions, hundreds of millions of other people around the world use this app. And the app was designed that once the person activated the app, they agreed to the terms and conditions. The app could then lift information off of their PCs, such as their contacts, their location information, and all this other information, plus surveil the user and collect all this personal information through the app. Well, that information was then collected by, I think the app developer is Alexa Kogan, collected that information, and then he packages it and sells it to companies like Cambridge Analytica. Well, we only heard about that because Cambridge Analytica utilized the app within conjunction with the Trump campaign for a presidential election. So what Cambridge Analytica did was just buy this information, and then what they wanted to do was send advertising to those 80 million Facebook users to manipulate them to vote for a presidential candidate. And what they did then was really awful stuff, because companies like Cambridge Analytica will take the information, they'll apply artificial intelligence to the information and find out what the Facebook users' personal preferences are. And then they'll develop micro-targeted ads based on their preferences that uses uses predictive analytics and suggestive technology, which is the 21st century's version of subliminal advertising. And then they blast political ads out to those people based on their personal preferences rather than a generic ad, trying to manipulate these people to vote for a presidential candidate. And that's exactly what happened. And that's what makes it. All this is tied to surveillance and data mining business practices rooted in surveillance capitalism. That all these companies, they're not in the Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, and all these companies, TikTok from China and WeChat. All these companies are in the people surveillance and data mining business. They're there to collect your personal and professional information and surveil you, and then package that information up and then go sell it. That's what they do. They don't create software. They don't create products and services that are benign. They're creating those products and services as a vehicle to get access to your personal information, plus the sensors on your devices to conduct surveillance on you, like the sensors on your smartphone, your GPS, your near field communication tags, and the apps attach themselves to those sensors, enabling them to conduct audio, video, and physical surveillance on the user, as well as collect the user's personal and professional information, because that's the business they're in, to collect all that information. And that's how and then they package it and sell it. And then who they're selling it to? They're selling it to companies like Cambridge Analytica.
And Rex, if we can say that, so there are free virtual, gadgets for these kind of companies who have those free gadgets across the globe, and people are using it, and that's how they're collecting the user behavior information, and then they use it according to their requirements and usage, maybe for political use or for somewhere else, whatever they want. I would like a quick view from you before we switch to the next show. What do you, where do you rate dark web in these cyber crimes? What's the role of a dark web in the cyber crime?
Well, getting back to insider attacks and some of the things that we were talking about earlier, the how information ends up on the dark web is it's going to end up on the dark web through somebody has access to that information, and they're usually selling it to a criminal organization that's associated with the dark web. That's you're going to find. You're not really going to find nation-state companies, nation-state hackers that are a threat to our national security or a threat to a company's IP, pretty much associated with the dark web, as much as you're going to find more or less criminal organizations that are associated with the dark web. Nation-state hackers are collecting that information and giving it to governments rather than just putting it out there. Now they can utilize the dark web to hurt people if they want to hurt people, but more or less you have to look at hackers and people who are collecting this information in different buckets, and those buckets are nation-state sponsored hackers, and then there's criminal hackers, just everyday people who are trying to profit from this. And then there's just some people who are just crazy and they just want to hurt people or blow something up, and they're just they're on the fringe. But mainly there's two buckets of hackers that are a huge threat, and that's your criminal hacker or your nation state hacker. That's sponsored by countries, and it doesn't have to be adversarial countries. Like I said, any country can have bad actors. And people need to look at it that way. And I wrote another article called Hybrid Warfare, the Rise of Soft Authoritarianism, based on the fact that governments themselves can conduct, good or bad governments can conduct hybrid warfare, not only against their adversaries, but against their own citizens.
There has been some controversy for some of the apps which are there in the Indian government, the health app. I don't know whether there is any substance to it. I don't think so, but it could be that the app makes the device vulnerable, just like you mentioned. Do you have a blog, Rex, or someplace where we can keep keep track of your advice?
Yeah, I actually, the articles that I've written for the Epic Times, Mission Critical Communications Magazine, and Money Masters, and the Wireless Messaging News, they're published on my website called My Smart Privacy, and that's www.mysmartprivacy.com. And I have two new articles that are I like to put my unedited articles up ahead of publication, but I have two articles that are going to be published by the Vision Times in Australia based on hybrid warfare, and they're up on the article. They're up on the website. Also, I'm going to be launching Cyber Talk USA, and I'm going to be bringing these subject matters up. Cyber Talk USA is going to be a podcast that's really only 15 to 30 minutes of time, and I'm going to be focusing on each one of these individual subject matters because there's so many. And like you all were talking about earlier about focusing on one thing, it's so overwhelming to talk about it all globally. You really have to narrow this down to one subject matter at a time, focus on that, get information out there, make people aware of what these vulnerabilities are, and so forth. So each of my articles are designed that way to focus on different subject matters and so forth. So if you go on my website, www.mysmartprivacy.com, you can then pull my articles up and look at a lot of the stuff that we talked about from a 10,000-foot level today. There's a lot of granular information on my website.
So I'm going to say something in Rex's benefit here. Very few people in this industry I will trust, okay? And I trust Rex 100%. I've been, again, in this industry as long as Rex has been, 35 plus years. And it's rare to find somebody who goes to the lengths that he does. He should be given a PhD in cybersecurity because PhDs in this kind of area does not exist. All right, we just started the university labs for cybersecurity, but it's not something that you can just teach. It's something that you had to learn and be a part of as the industry grew to understand where all the open pieces were and all the undone pieces were, and to also understand the laws. Rex understands the laws as much as I do because we both worked under regulatory laws. We know what the laws are supposed to be, and half of the world doesn't follow them. Why? Because they got.
And well, unfortunately. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh no, what I was going to say it's not the fact that some laws aren't. The big issue is there are laws that protect us from surveillance and data mining business practices. Those laws are not being enforced. We have laws that protect us, at least in the USA. I can speak from my research here. The FTC and state AGs, or the Federal Trade Commission, that's responsible for regulating consumer laws centered on privacy and predatory business practices, as well as state attorney generals that regulate laws at the state level that protect consumers. Those agencies aren't even enforcing their own existing laws. And I'll give you an example. In the U.S., you have children that are 13 and under or 12 and under that aren't supposed to be surveilled and data mined by these companies using tablet PCs and smartphones with surveillance and data mining technology on there, violating child COPA protection laws that are governed by the FTC, but the FTC isn't even enforcing that. And they're not even enforcing antitrust laws that are associated with all this data collection and so forth. So that's a whole nother matter that we can get into, but it's a much bigger matter. I wrote about antitrust. I wrote about antitrust as well and unfair business practices associated with these data collection surveillance and data collection business practices employed by Google, Apple, Microsoft, and all these tech giants.
And we're going to, hopefully Rex is going to be engaging in doing a special for IBM TV where you can hear more each of the because this is constant. This isn't just a one-time storyline. This is a
constantly evolving
growth. And it takes a lot of work with what Rex does, but we want to get his information out there, not just for the US. This is for the world. Everything we talk about, because everything is mobile.
Yes.
So everything is mobile. 5G launched. There was a lot of fear in 5G. We're going to have Rex explain all this in another show because we got Dr. Yu. Rex, meet Dr. Yu. Meet Rex.
Hey, Dr. Yu. How you doing?
You would love this. Dr. Yu owns YouTube.com.
DrYouTube.com.
Yeah, DrYouTube.com.
It's gonna be banned. It's gonna be banned soon because I talk about taboo stuff like, Google. They don't talk much about. They're starting to ban Google AdWords like natural therapy or stem cells or biohacking, and because Google, they invest in big pharma heavily. So the Google ads are biased towards pharmaceutical ads and not like natural alternatives like vitamin C, vitamin D, and all that.
Yep.
Yeah. And the vaccine agenda,
Dr. Yu has an interesting practice. He does many different kinds of medical practices, mainly in stem cells, how we met at the NFL pregame programs. And so he does a lot of stem cell, but he does a lot of alternative medications that are just naturally
I'm a biohacker. So
he's a biohacker.
Yeah.
You might.
Well, hey, you have what? Yeah, I have a lot.
Yeah. So Rex, I
have a lot in common with you because.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What do you
I have a lot in common with you because. Well, I have a lot in common with you in regards to being banned by these big tech companies. My editors at the Epic Times told me that they felt my articles that I was being shadow banned on Twitter and Facebook and all these platforms that the Epic Times pushes their articles out to. A lot of people don't realize this, but the Epic Times has almost as many daily readers as the New York Times. They have up to 20 million people around the world that access the Epic Times for news. And they thought all my articles would be getting a lot of run, and they started to, but then they noticed that when the articles were being pushed out, they felt that I myself was being shadow banned because of the information that I was exposing to about the data collection business practices and surveillance business practices of these tech giants that they felt that these tech giants didn't like the subject matter of my articles, and they were shadow banning them so that they wouldn't get a lot of traction on their own platforms.
So a lot of the data mining, they will sell it to marketing companies, and the marketing will sell it to companies so they can market to these lists. Is that one aspect of the data mining?
Well, no, it's not just done for advertising purposes. Earlier on, we were talking about Cambridge Analytica. So you don't know if a data brokers are getting a hold of it. And it happened that a story broke in June of 2018 about two data brokers, Zumiga and Location Smart, who was buying location data from AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, and T-Mobile. So it's not just centered on surveillance and data mining business practices aren't just centered on the tech giants like Google, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, and Amazon, but your telecom providers now are getting in on the game. And what happened with Zumiga and Location Smart was they were buying your location data and selling it to law enforcement agencies. So it's not just about marketing information and consumer business practices. They're collecting this data and selling it to data brokers who are then turning around and selling it to state actors in violation of your civil liberties. And they're breaking all sorts of laws. And when they got caught, all AT&T's, Verizon, Sprint, and T-Mobile said is, oh, well, we're no longer going to sell it to data brokers. Well, why the heck were they selling it to data brokers in the first place? This is your telecom information. They shouldn't be selling it to anybody. It should be private, but it's not. So
yeah, I
these are
also saw
huge
this,
issues.
this documentary on how even the CIA has kind of like using the media to manipulate people's perception to justify like certain wars or other things.
Yeah, I can't hear. You're breaking up.
Yeah. So yeah, I saw this video about how the CIA for decades have been using the media and manipulating it to promote their agenda, whether it be going into a country with a little secret war or whatever, pushing their agenda on the American public. Yeah. So
it is, and and I'm glad that Rex could join us today to share with us what we're going to be doing and expand our network to talk more about cybersecurity, because it's not a topic that you hear on any network. Of course, we are Smart TV, and that's what we want to do is provide information. But Dr. Yu,
So
part of our doctor group. I know you're having
I have a hard cutoff right now, so I got to leave.
So,
but this has been good. I really enjoyed it.
I want you to listen to some of our medical talks because of what you have. It might help you. So down the road. So I want you to pay attention to some of our
definitely,
talks, especially with what Dr. Yu is doing.
No, I enjoyed.
So
I'm really big on information. I'm really big on health information. So I'll do some research. I'll look up Dr. Yu's channel, and I'm very, very big on this stuff. So
and also watch what we talk about here, because this is what we talk about here. So anyway,
today is a super stem cell Saturday. We talk about
stem cells, all the different things with stem cells. So
So
well, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you coming soon, right, Rex? Coming soon?
Yes, definitely. Yep.
Right.
Hopefully in June we'll be launching. I already have some content developed, but we're developing more. So thank you.
We'll see you soon. Thank you. All righty.
I wish I had gone in earlier to hear more of his talk. So
well, you can play it back. We keep clips now, I think. I'm not quite sure if we were able to.
Epoch Times is one of those medias that's not really manipulated. It's you're getting more of the real story. So yeah, that's good.
I have a friend who works at the top level there. So yeah, they're talking with us to see how we can collaborate.
Oh
yeah. Well, because they wanted to go into TV media, right? But it's like you said, it's not exactly well known. So we've been talking about collaboration, but there's a lot going on, and but they are well informed. So again, it's that media network that a lot of people don't realize that they're not paid for by a lot of advertisements to tell a story a certain way, right? They're all about what the truth. Well, I hope, but about what the truth is based on the person I'm talking with and known for a while, about the truth and about your story, about what you're doing. So hello, welcome to Stemcell Saturday with Dr. Yu, folks. How are you doing?
Well, yeah, I'm enjoying my Katsu bands. So every day I'll kind of experiment and do different movements. Like I've had this annoying shoulder pain, and yeah, the stem cells have helped. Don't get me wrong. It's just that I don't stop. I'll exercise when I should rest, and so I did this, and the shoulder pain went away, where usually after the workout, I'd feel that pain after. It's just getting more blood. It's warming it up. So, and then all my patients love it. Like I'll put it on them, and, they can feel the blood moving and the muscle. And like I think I talked to this before, we had a patient who had diabetic neuropathy, and he had a few of his toes actually amputated because with diabetes, you get less blood flow going to the toes, but he felt the shots of blood going down, and because he's not even able to walk, and you're not walking, the blood's not moving, lymphatic system ain't moving, your calves are like, your pumps, like your second hearts.
But
But
it's
here,
cool.
you
That
don't have to walk very far to get the benefit of the blood flow. I mean, look at his toe. He already had 3 cut off because of diabetes, right? He had ulcers that got infected. And even that toe, the big toes, right now has a wound on it. And if he doesn't get more blood down there, that'll be cut off, and then forget about walking. But now that he has these pneumatic pumps to get blood flow and oxygen and growth factors, stimulating his stem cells to go there, which we injected last week, now he has hope. So,
like we talked
So you
about,
quick question.
nitric oxide is what helps. Yeah.
So a lot of people,
Let's see.
I'm going to turn it on now. So I got on my legs.
I need this gadget.
Yeah.
Gadget too.
I'll put it up on our order page. You guys.
I'll tell you, I mean, I've never seen a
I'll
doctor.
I'll give you guys a discount code. Yeah. All right. So I go.
I've never seen a doctor who is so fit, and he looks like an athlete. I mean, he's not looking like a doctor, but he's an
I know,
athlete.
when we met,
No,
I thing.
No. I have the COVID belly. I've eaten a lot of comfort food, so I got to lose it, which I'm glad, because I bought the website COVID19workout.com. 19-minute routine, lose 19 pounds in 19 days. That's what I want to create.
Okay, 1919. Let's do it.
So for that diabetic patient, he would put it on his legs like this, and he'd do some movement, do some squats, leg extensions. You could walk. And it's great for stroke patients who can't move. Just have it on. The blood's still working, muscles still pumping, growth hormone release. Great for circulation, taking pressure off the heart. It's like you got 4 extra hearts on you pumping blood.
I mean, what's interesting to me is it's pumping air into these things, and it's like this big. Like, yeah.
That's the compressor, so it's pumping air. The PSI is going up.
Yeah.
And then it'll go down. So it's constricting and relaxing, just like a heart pumping.
That's interesting to me that it's so small and doing all of that.
Oh, yeah. It used to be the size of a suitcase, the first one. Think of an air compressor that would pump.
That's what I mean. I got one in my garage.
Yeah.
I got a big air compressor in my garage, and I'm sitting here going,
fun. It's like, if you don't like working out, it's kind of, I have to do this, even with but this is like, oh, wow, you feel it. So, yeah.
But what's interesting
can someone use it while sleeping as well? I mean, can you put at night and then in the
morning?
morning?
You can fall asleep. In fact, you get better REM sleep cycles, a deep cycle, just because it probably is releasing melatonin, gets you in that parasympathetic state, relaxing your muscles, your blood. The nitric oxide relaxes the endothelial lining of your blood vessels to put you in that sleep state. And think of it, when you go on a plane and you're flying around the world, you're in a plane for 12, 14 hours. That's not good. A lot of people have strokes, right?
Yeah.
Because you got to get up and walk. Well, you just put this on, sit there, and the blood is pumping. You're going to prevent a possible stroke, getting exercise, help you deal with jet lag. It's just perfect. Yeah.
I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I would like to. So they liked another product that was very similar to yours because it brought blood flow to the legs.
Yeah.
And what it was the mimic of the old fashioned sewing machine, right? Or like you're rocking in a chair. Because this man, he used to go out and travel to the homes to visit the sick people. And he always wondered, why is this woman so healthy at 85, right? It's because she still used the foot pedal.
Yeah.
And the old folks would sit on the front porch rocking, right?
Well, your calves are your second heart, like I said, and they pump blood. And that's why you got to take 10,000 steps a day, ideally. But if you don't have time or you can't because you're in pain, you're disabled, you don't have to take 10,000 steps. Just put these on and do 100 calf raises like this.
Right. Or if you can't, if you're paralyzed, right?
Yeah.
So here's my thought, because my father lost half his foot because of diabetes and circulation. So I get it. I get it. But at Duke University, they bought one of these foot things. This guy invented the foot thing just so that the doctors were sitting at the desk. And
getting
right. But how about if I introduce this to them, because this would be the same but better, because they're not having to move their legs. This thing is big, right? It's the size.
And what if you lose your balance too? And
Well, that's
this will fit in a handbag, you know?
Right. And I could travel with that, like you said, on a plane. What was getting bad for me is I traveled 85% of the year. And whenever I got somewhere, I had disciplines, right? I get to the hotel, I did my stretches, but sometimes you don't want to. But I knew if I didn't, I would end up like my dad, right? But I'm not diabetic, but I knew I would end up with poor circulation because he traveled a lot. So I really was scared of that. But this fixes that. Yeah. The airlines could give them away like they gave away headsets, except it costs a little more. But no, I mean, how much does the whole kit weigh?
It's very light. I mean, the bands are very light. This is light. It fits in this little case.
How long does the battery last, or is it rechargeable?
Yeah, you got to recharge it. There's a plug. Put in the bag. It's maybe what, 3 pounds, if that, I guess.
Wow.
Not even.
Wow.
There's a charger, wall charger. Yeah.
So you could just put this in your backpack, right? And just.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at this. You know. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
You know about this?
That's your Lego bag, your Lego. Yeah.
What is
it? Acupuncture basically. So it has a lot of pointers basically, and people will walk on this acupuncture.
Yeah. It stimulates the meridians in your feet, circulation. Koreans do that. They walk on, rocks or something. Yeah.
I bought something similar to that, but it was too sharp, and so I sent it back because it hurt. But no, I believe in that. I believe in acupuncture because I do. I believe. I just think I bought the wrong one. But no. But you know, when we combine solutions like this, maybe make a kit out of the pointy thing, right? And then have that in there. But I'm curious about is the air compressor.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about the because that's real air coming through there, right?
Yeah.
Wow. And that's so small. I need to go out and show you guys my air compressor outside. It's like this freaking big. And we were talking, they made a new one. It's a pancake one, right? And it's about like this big, right? So you could do your stuff around the home with it, right? You know, air tools and stuff like that. So it's called a pancake compressor, and it's about this big. So what's the pancake?
This is the last cycle. It's cycle 8. So it's kind of, it's winding down and decompress, and I'm done with my warm up. And so that was on low setting. And then if you want to start working out, you could do medial or high. So you could, depending on what your purpose is for that day, you know. A lot of athletes after training, like Olympic athletes, whatever, they'll just put the cuffs on after training. They're not moving. The cuffs are getting rid of the waste products from training, like lactic acid, blood flow, so they're less sore the next day, or they're not sore. But the beautiful thing is this is fooling your body that you're doing resistance exercise without having to do the resistance exercise. So you're not really breaking down the muscle, which causes inflammation. And that does stimulate your body stronger.
Yeah.
So you're getting the same physiological effects of growth hormone release, blood circulation, muscle building, bone building, without being sore. So you could do it every day, several times a day. Perfect solution for seniors. As you get older, you get less blood circulation. Everybody should.
So let's talk about where can we buy it? Where can people buy this?
Yeah.
And if you were watching IBM.TV, maybe Dr. Yu will give us a little discount.
Yeah. So I am a distributor. I mean, you can go to their site, katsuglobal.com, but I could put like an IBTV discount up there. I'm going to put it on our our product site, laserstemproducts.com, but we'll have an extra like vanity order site. It'll be createwellnessclinics.com/Katsu, and all our listeners will viewers will be able to buy it at an IBM TV discounts for sure. Yeah, a little too expensive to get it on the dollar store, but at least we can get it to you. So yeah.
That's great. In fact, we can start selling it on COVID-19.
There you go.
Your new domain.
COVID-19 minute workout. Let me show you a video of how this technology works. Let me share the screen.
Yeah. Doctor, you know that a lot of our people are asking how old are you, because you look like late 30s or early 40s.
I'm 50.
And everyone was asking.
Yeah, I'm 50. Yeah.
But you are so fit. I mean, that's what everyone would like to know, how you maintain your diet, and because you don't look like a doctor, you look like an athlete.
So you have to stimulate your body's anti-aging cells, your stem cells, because stem cells, they repair your joints, your tissue, your muscles, your hormone, your immune system. So there's ways you can biohack your body to stay young by stimulating your your natural endogenous stem cells you were born with. So, obviously it starts with epigenetic factors that you can control your diet. You got to cut sugar as much as you can. Eat more like, you can do it on a plant-based diet, but you have to food combine to get the right combination of amino acids like rice and beans. But then you get in the problem of beans have lectins. You got to cook it properly. A lot of plants don't like to be eaten, so they have self-defense mechanisms, and they have lectins. Like raw spinach or tomatoes, shouldn't eat it. You should cook it. So you can do this stuff on a plant-based diet, but you have to food combine to get the complete amino acid count, and you have to, somehow get your omega-3 fatty acids. All right. Because the most convenient is from fish oil, right? And so if you're a pescatarian, if you're a vegetarian, you could eat fish. That's great. Me, I'm trying to cut out red meat. I will eat some grass-fed beef once in a while. I'm type O blood. I do better on meat. But as I get older, I'm kind of more trying to eat more fish. Probably with fish, the mercury content. So now I'm leaning towards more poultry, like organic raised chickens. So. But I will try to get more veggies, but processed carbohydrates the worst. White bread, white pasta. Trying to cut out gluten. I do intermittent fasting, so 16/8, 16 hours no food. I will have bulletproof coffee as polyphenols. It's mold-free coffee. I'll put grass-fed butter blended with coconut oil. Coconut oil is butyric acid, very healthy for your gut. Lauric acid it kills pathogens.
Yeah.
And it's great for your gut health. I get great digestion, great bowel movements every day, kind of lubricate your insides. And the fat from the butter and coconut oil does not break your fast. You're continuing to burn fat. All your hormones in your body are made of fat and cholesterol. So you want to get the good HDL cholesterol and omega-3 fats from your diet. Omega-3 eggs, and dairy is controversial, but I happen to digest grass-fed milk very well, or organic milk. A lot of good growth factors in there. So you got to find what's good for your body type, what you can tolerate, and then short, intense exercises stimulate growth hormone, your stem cells. It's a lot of heat, thermogenesis, which kills pathogens. And then a lot of cultured foods like Korean kimchi, sauerkraut, to get the good, microbiome bacteria, pre-probiotics, pickled foods. I love pickles. Try to stay organic. And then, a good probiotic, spore-based probiotic supplement.
Well, let's talk about
mentality. I still think, 21 years old, I got the same hairline.
You do.
I don't have a lot of gray hair. I have my same routine. I can wear the same pants I did when I was freshman in college, 32 waist. Right now it's probably up to 34 because of the COVID comfort. That's good because it just makes you do 19-minute workout with everyone when I make that video.
What did they call it? The freshman 10? Did you put on the COVID 20?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the COVID-19.
The COVID-19, yeah, it's 19 pounds, right, guys? That's what it meant. 19 pounds, not in. I think if anyone would look at a conspiracy theory, it was to make us all unhealthy and put on a lot of weight. So,
well, yeah, the food industry, the pyramid is totally backwards.
Yeah.
Here it says eat a lot of grains at the bottom, carbohydrates, little fat on the top. The opposite. A lot of very few grains. Make sure it's gluten-free. Make sure it's whole grains, organic raised, and as much omega-3 fats at the top as you can.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
But it's hard to get a lot of omega-3 unless you just are naturally like the seafoods and things like that. That is a very difficult. I mean, I'm a big seafood eater, but also you risk that mercury impact.
Yeah. I mean, there was like flaxseed, but that is seed-based. Some omega-3s, but I heard I don't know. There's something about an animal source omega-3. It's hard to replace. It has like that hormonal drive that, it's kind of like our ancestors would hunt for days and they'd kill an antelope or saber-toothed tiger. They'd gorge the fat. Obviously, it's grass-fed, organic. They didn't have any pesticides or DDT or Roundup like we do now.
Yeah, we were
today. They'd starve and they'd be in ketosis. You'd burn fat. It's healthy for your brain. You don't need carbohydrates and sugar to live because your body that needs sugar, your brain does need some sugar. It'll cause gluconeogenesis. It'll take protein and fat and convert it into sugar. So
that's what people don't understand. Our bodies are manufacturing plants.
Yeah.
And they were designed to take the natural foods that are out there and turn it into every bit of fuel that we need in every section that we need it. So by processing food to fake it just causes our bodies to do all the wrong things. And I'm bad. I cheat too. You know what?
You need cheat meals just for, your emotional stability. Once in a while, it's not going to kill you. You have to live a little. I like pizza. I try to stay gluten-free, like cauliflower crust. There's no wheat products.
Yeah.
I'll have some cheese on there, and I digest it well. I'm lucky. And I'll have some Italian sausage, a lot of veggies, olives on it. And
oh, my God.
Yeah, I like a nice burger, but I'm trying to get more like the lettuce burger, so there's not that bun. Hopefully it's organically raised beef or grass-fed. You got to live a little,
But you don't have to gorge in it. And some of the things I explain to people, like we grow our own vegetables out this way. And, summertime is that's when we get our best vegetables because we don't use any insecticides whatsoever. None. If the bugs get them that year, then so be it. But we use plants to keep the bugs away, like marigolds. Most of the bugs despise marigolds, so we plant marigolds in between all of our plants.
Yeah.
The marigolds are good for the bees, right? So it attracts the bees, and the bees pollinate your plants. So everything's healthier that way.
There you go.
But the foods Aunt Kit and I were talking about the foods we buy at the grocery store. They're usually probably imported from another country. We have no idea.
Yeah.
No
Can
idea
you guys see the screen, the katsu?
Yeah, can we? That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
That's what we've been trying to do is pull it up. But when we're eating healthier, then we use the katsu. It just builds the other things that we need in us.
Yeah. Let me know when you can see the katsu screen. I'll play it.
Oh, do I need to do it, Aunt Kit, or can you? There you go.
Yeah, there's a consequence with interfering with the balance of Mother Nature, right? Yeah. I mean, we're starting to build all these buildings and homes, and there's less forest life, less nature. There's less pollination, less flowers for the bees to pollinate. And then, the bees they're not going to make as much honey. We love honey, right? I mean, they're just consequences of, imbalancing the ecosystem,
But you got to bring it back to a balance, and that's one of the things I like what we do here is we at least once a year we get all of that healthy, for one season out of the year. But without the bees, we don't have our vegetables, and that's concerning to me. So can you play this?
Yeah. Do you see the Katsu screen?
Yes, I do.
Well, let me play it. If you do not have audio, let me know.
Katsu training of today is a result of 40 years of testing and research in Japan. Recently, research has been conducted at prestigious universities throughout the United States. Currently, in a practical setting, Katsu is used in fitness and rehabilitation throughout Japan. So what is Katsu training? Katsu is a method of training performed with special belts worn on the upper legs and arms to appropriately and safely restrict blood flow. The Katsu master works by using two compressors to inflate the belts. Katsu gives readouts in mmHgs, or millimeters of mercury. These readouts are used to carefully appropriate pressure for the individual. This pressure is contingent on many factors, including age and physical condition. Once the appropriate pressure has been set, the individual then performs the required training. The most distinctive feature of Katsu training is that it produces a variety of positive physiological effects in a very short period of time and using extremely light loads. By carefully monitoring and applying the proper amount of pressure to the upper arms and legs, blood flow becomes moderately and safely restricted. With the Katsu belts on, the limbs pool with blood. As any exercise, the heart begins to pump faster, increasing blood flow. The pressure within the veins then rises, blood travels through remote capillaries, and blood vessels dilate. Repeatedly applying and releasing pressure increases the diastolic and contractile function of seldom used capillaries. This improves the blood circulation of the whole body. Also, as a result of Katsu training, the nitric oxide produced by endothelial cells lining the inside of the blood vessels starts to increase. Nitric oxide is involved in the constriction and relaxation of blood vessel walls and the control of inflammatory cells. With continued Katsu training, nitric oxide increases in blood vessels, increasing their elasticity. Katsu also has a toning effect on twitch muscles. Muscles can be divided into two types: fast twitch muscle, which generally activate quickly and generate explosive power for activities such as sprinting, and slow twitch muscle, which are more suited to endurance and are efficient at using oxygen to generate fuel and activate over continuous extended muscle contractions. Because these muscles develop in different ways, normally they cannot be toned at the same time. However, in Katsu training, because blood flow is appropriately restricted, slow twitch muscles, which normally take a long time to activate, run out of oxygen early and begin working immediately. This shortage of oxygen artificially induces a state, usually only achieved by high-intensity exercise. This tricks the brain into thinking that the body is performing explosive exercise. In response, fast twitch muscle is activated, and both types of muscles can be toned at the same time. As muscle becomes fatigued, it produces lactic acid. After a series of exercises, Katsu training increases the amount of lactic acid, which in turn stimulates receptors within the muscle. With a rise in the concentration of lactic acid in the blood, the growth hormone secreting sites in the brain are stimulated, leading to elevated secretions of growth hormone, adrenaline, and anabolic hormones. The rise in the concentration of lactic acid also stimulates intramuscular receptors. The signals from these receptors cause the pituitary gland to secrete additional growth hormone, activating metabolism and causing fat to be burned. These factors, secretion of growth hormone, better diastolic and contractile function, increased nitric oxide production, and simultaneous activation of fast and slow twitch muscles, combine to make Katsu training a clear choice for those looking for maximum results over a shorter period of time and without excess exertion. Currently, Katsu is used in rehabilitation and muscle building throughout Japan. At the moment, in the United States, Katsu is going through FDA approval and will hopefully be in the medical and fitness arenas in the near future.
Wow. That's pretty cool. And we can get it where, what website?
Is a result of 40.
I'll let you know. It will be at laserstemproducts.com, laser with a S.
Okay.
Like I said, I just started using this last week, so I got to put it on our product site, and then we'll give you a discount code for IBM TV family members.
When you get it up on the site, we'll have you back on because I know you beam in throughout the week. And
then we'll have a weekly Katsu Zumba. Well, I'll go for a routine, and we can have in the whole world. We can all do it together.
So we can do that. We actually have a fitness channel. I don't know if you know that, but we have a fitness.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, and what we could do is put a link up on the.
Yeah.
We can link it to IBM as well as your website, and so that viewers can watch it and they can order the innovative.
And I'll have
what time you want to do it, and we'll program it.
Yeah, we'll do it.
So one of the executives of the company, he used to be a Navy SEAL. His name's John Doolittle, and I could have him come on. He could show some movements too. I'm trying to get him on the cast right now. We'll see if he could jump on. So, but I'm on their weekly, like it's a Katsu, like we're doing now. It's like a member site, and we talk about different training methods. And yeah, there's a lot of former special forces and guys who work with Olympic athletes. I feel it's another tribe. I feel at home. Just like here, I'm into this tribe talking about world health issues, and it's funny how you're members of these different little tribes, you know. Yeah. But it's fun when you can interlink them. So.
And Dr. U, can we also compare the different exercises or different kinds of therapies we are doing on Katsu among the people? So suppose you are also.
Like let's say you're paralyzed, right? You had an accident or something. You can't move. Well, you put these on for them. Well, they have no choice. You can't move, but this is moving your muscles for you. Okay. And then you got people with a stroke where they have partial, right, mobility. They just do what they can, and hopefully they could do more and more. And then you have just people who are they're able to move. Okay, they don't have any disabilities, but they just want to have a fitness system every day, and I could show that routine. And then there's people like me who love working out. They just want to enhance it. So this actually helps enhance it, which is great. Yeah.
And also, I mean, one of our viewers would like to know that they have diabetes, and sometimes diabetes spread across the body.
Yeah.
That's how they have a difficult time taking walks, basically, because the legs are weak.
Yeah, they can't walk. They have poor balance. They have numb feet.
Yeah.
It's painful. This is a perfect solution. Yeah.
Great. So, is it good to have it for 15 minutes a day, or I mean, we can have more cycles in a day?
Oh yeah, I mean, you can do several cycles a day. Absolutely.
So I have a question though. My brain just kind of went a million different ways when I really saw all of that action working and what it's doing to the body. And do you know how we talk about when people are put on ventilators, usually, you know, a high percentage of them die. Of course, they're probably going to die anyway without it. But they die because you're not getting the right oxygen to the other organs. Am I right? That's one of the reasons when you're put on a ventilator, the oxygen, the right kind of oxygen is not going to the other organs, and basically you kind of go ischemic. Would something like this help prevent that?
Yeah, so in fact,
if we're doing that with a ventilator, would that help?
Yeah, so the Katsu team, they want to do a study where they'll take a COVID patient that's been tested positive, they have symptoms, put them through some Katsu cycles and see how they'd respond. Are they breathing better? Are they developing antibodies? So, yeah, we're going to try to put together a study on just what you're talking about.
Dr. Makowski might be the right person to, because he's doing papers, and then there's doctors in India, right?
Yeah.
That we can reach out to use this. But what I'm thinking about is if there are, maybe send it to the hospitals one or two where they're putting patients on ventilators and see if it makes a difference. See,
Yeah, like what I did was, can I share the screen again?
yes, you may.
Yeah, okay.
I
So,
like how you always
oh,
ask.
it's still sharing right now. I'll just go to my.
I just put it up. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, so here's so
Today we're doing the world's first KATSU pneumatic pump, blood flow restriction and relaxation, ultrasound laser guided stem cell therapy. We're doing a medial bone-on-bone knee joint. This is ethyl chloride. It's ice spray to help numb the area. And with ultrasound guides, we're going to put an adult cord blood with Wharton's jelly. This is knee decompression. Decompress the knee joint. And we'll go ahead and put it in the medial space. So it slides right in. 2 cc's of allograft. You can see right here, you see that movement? Yep, that's the joint capsule filling with the fluid. He's all done, not one drop of blood. Go ahead and put the Band-Aid on there. Smooth procedure, didn't feel like more than a mosquito bite, right? To deliver growth factors, platelets, blood, nitric oxide to augment the stem cell proliferation and repair and replication. And so we do this pre-injection just to get all the blood and growth factors there. That way we don't have to do PRP or any type of prolotherapy. We want to use the body's innate endogenous platelets, endogenous stem cells, growth factors, nitric oxide, blood flow as a closed system instead of having to draw his blood and put it back in. And this is actually going to be a post-stem cell rehabilitation device, and it will also stimulate growth hormone, because what it does is it fools the body that you're getting resistance exercise, okay? You could get them now. So it fools the body getting resistance exercise because with the blood flow restriction, it's mimicking you're lifting heavier weights without having to lift heavier weights, because when you want to rehabilitate the joint, you don't want to stress it with heavy weights, but you need the heavy weights to build bone and muscle, right? And better blood flow. Well, this is mimicking that without having to, lift the heavy weight. So it's perfect rehabilitation. So not only does it augment the stem cell procedure before and during, but it's perfect to do the rehabilitation for that joint, muscle, and blood flow after. And we'll train you how to use it, okay? Like, for example, one way you would use it, you get the decompression. And so go ahead and extend your knee, straighten it out, and bend all the way. Yeah, bend it. Oh, bend. And extend, and bend, and extend. Pretend like you're lifting your leg off, and that's going to strengthen the medial quadriceps. And that's why this knee wore out, because his medial quad got weak, and it loaded the joint. When you strengthen this, it will help keep the joint decompressed. And this is going to get more blood flow training in there, and that will just augment the stem cells and the rehabilitation.
Yeah, so that's a perfect way to augment the stem cell therapy. And then here's his results, okay? So let me play this.
I'm curious, does insurance pay for this?
I've taken a few steps and it's,
Wow.
But it hurt before.
I was limping. Ask them.
And then how bad was the pain on a scale of 1 to 10 before we just
I thought it was around an 8 to me.
And what is it right now?
Well, it didn't hurt. I mean, it just, all I feel is where you.
Yeah, we just finished. Yeah. And the X-ray we saw was bone on bone. So I think like the booster injection worked. And so, yeah, we're going to give you those, do the rehab for a month. We'll go reevaluate, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Congratulations. You're doing great.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
And I know that the KATSU was the difference because we injected his knee last year and he's still in pain. So I'm like, well, let's do the injection with KATSU to get more oxygen, blood, and growth factors. And look, right away, he's like almost pain-free. So that's amazing. Yeah.
How often do you see that right away? I mean, that is, well, now you do.
Usually it takes for a bone-on-bone knee. I mean, it could take months to get some relief, but this is like right away. But we want to keep that going by having him doing this every day to keep feeding those stem cells the knee. The knee doesn't have a good blood supply. This is a way to shunt blood to the leg to help that. Yeah.
No, and there's no drugs really involved other than a local, which, you know, drugs nearly killed me over the years.
Actually, that procedure is drug-free. No lidocaine. We use the ice spray to numb the knee. He didn't even feel the stem cell going in. We have the traction device to open it up. Needle goes in real smooth. With the Katsu, got some more blood in there, oxygen. Game over. So, yeah.
And the thing is he's up and walking right away. This isn't like
he was limping when he came in.
So,
yeah.
No, this is far better than surgeries or anything like that, because you got to wait. Anytime that they're invasive on you, you have to wait for all the healing. And sometimes the healing causes scar tissue that causes more problems. And nothing wrong with surgery. Don't get me wrong. I've had my share and I'm thankful for them. But this is an alternative that is futuristic. This is futuristic. I mean, we're doing it now, but a lot of people are, you know, they're learning. So this is awesome, Dr. Yu. I'm so thankful that you brought this for us today, because this is Stemcell Saturday, and this is what we're talking about, is all the great and wonderful science that stem cell can bring us, and how it can help us. I mean, think about this. Think about, like, if they're up in space, right, and they can't perform any kind of major surgery, somebody gets a lot of pain. You know, that right there, I mean, no offense to you, Dr. Yu, it takes a doctor to do it. But if they have somebody on ship that's capable, they can just do it right there.
Hey, if they have internet access, we could
guide them.
Walk them through it in space. Yeah.
Actually, they do. I'm part of one of the teams that put internet in space.
Good.
So I got my NASA patch for it. I got a
Wow.
patch. Yeah. So it was the first internet in space. So yeah, we got it now. What's cool is you not only use it there, but they can send messages back to Earth via the internet. That's what's cool. But look at you. You're moving around a lot while you're on the show. It looks like you got.
Well, just think about it. We're, most people.
I know I'm feeling guilty here.
Yeah, they're sitting at home doing Zoom meetings all day. You got to move the blood, Yeah.
So Nick will need to buy one of these as well, because that's what he does. He sits all day.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah.
Nick,
so Dr. How good are these for just to relax your muscles?
Is that warm LED light for your feet? Yeah.
So this is warm and this is without warmness.
I would do it with the warm. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can use it at any part of your body. I mean, you just have to put it and then you just relax.
But it looks like it's meant for the feet, right? Primarily.
Yeah. No, it's mainly for your back, stomach, and also for your feet. But people use it for their hands and all those things.
Yeah. So tomorrow I'm going to experiment with yoga, see how it works with yoga poses.
Well, you want to do a yoga class with us tomorrow?
Yeah, I can do my Bikram yoga routine. Definitely.
We should challenge Dr. Yu about the posture we were doing. Remember the posture?
Yeah. Yeah, but you know what? I bet he can do it. I bet there's no problem with him. What time are you doing your yoga tomorrow?
I'll try to do it when it's the hottest.
Hot yoga.
Tomorrow.
Hot yoga.
I'll probably do it at, I was like 3:30. Went to for 3:30 my time.
3:30 your time.
6:30 your time. Is that okay?
It's late for him, but we can turn on a link and have it aired. So we can send him a link and he can air his own yoga show.
We can also do it in the morning just to get it done before my church. We could do it. Let's see. Church starts at 10. We could do it at 8:30 a.m. my time. You want to do that?
Yeah.
I get it done. Yeah.
So, and can you send him a link and he can dial in and get his yoga started?
So 8:30 Pacific time tomorrow.
It'll be wait, we got 11 o'clock show tomorrow, don't we?
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
You want to do 8 a.m. then?
I'm not sure.
I think
Let me figure it out. Let me figure it out.
In your time. Okay, yeah.
Let me figure it out. I'll email you.
Okay.
We'll email you the time, and but if it's better for you in the evening, then or in the afternoon,
3:30, which is 6:30 your time.
yeah, we can send you a link, and you can just air it. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter when you do it. If, but the morning times are shots because Grant's going to be.
How about 12 noon your time? How about 12 noon your time?
No, that's too close to the church.
No?
So.
Yeah, he goes to church. So.
What about 1 p.m.?
I think 1 p.m. could work. Yeah.
After church, it's hot.
It's hot. The body's warm. Yeah.
So let's do it at around 1.
Okay. Yeah.
So we'll see you. Thank you for our Stemcell Saturday. We got Grant Edmond from South Africa here.
Okay.
Welcome, Grant. He is live music on Sundays with us, bringing us good inspirational music to just help us wrap up a Sunday or get ready for Monday.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow for Yoga with You. All right. All right.
Yoga with You. I love it. Yay.
Yeah.
Take care. COVID-19. Oh, he is just so energizing, right? I don't know where he gets all this energy from because I don't know if you saw earlier, but he does all kinds of procedures all day long, medical procedures, and then he's just up with us and doing things. So great energy about healthy alternatives. So how are you doing today, Grant?
I'm good, and you guys, how you all over there?
Oh, we're just energy and happy. Yeah. We're getting ready for a hurricane here. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's way out of season too. There is something wrong with our weather seasons because usually our hurricane season does not. Our first hurricane starts maybe August, right? September, October, and it's hitting now. Our first hurricane's hitting the coast this evening, tomorrow. It's kind of scary.
Where are you exactly based in, Kimberly?
North Carolina.
Okay, North Carolina. I haven't watched the weather patterns, but like you say, the whole world's weather patterns have just changed completely.
Yeah. See, we're not used to having to batten down the hatches in May. We're used to battening down the hatches in August, right? And then we just we're ready for it, right? We got our generators ready. We got our everything ready, but we're not ready for this. I'm like,
wow.
Yeah. I think Earth is rebooting on its own, and that is what the weather is changing. And I think the weather is also changing because we have less pollution, and we are trying to go back to the normal. And you won't believe, Kimberly. I mean, I told you day before yesterday we had a thunderstorm with hailstorm in Delhi, and when I was driving today, I saw more than 100, 200 trees falling down, and those are very old trees. It's not about the new one; those are very tall old trees, and they all fall down mostly. So it was amazing to see a garden where trees are falling down. It was like, I mean, I don't know what happened to them basically, but I mean, there is a cycle change going on during COVID, and it's around the world.
Yeah, there is a cycle.
I hope it's for good. Yeah, I don't know.
Are you seeing?
Yeah, it's the El Nino effect. Same as over here. We've had South Africa's normally a very hot, warm place. Our winters do get quite chillier, but we don't have snow. We don't have that type of stuff. But the last few days, the temperatures just dropped, and there's snow on our main mountain range. So that's brought a cold front in. So everything's, the weather's upside down, like the whole world's upside down at the moment.
It is, isn't it? It's just flipped over. Unfortunately, we haven't flipped our axis yet, right? That's a bad thing when our axis flips, because then we'll have something like the dinosaurs had a long time ago, right? We don't want that. But you know, we've always said we're expecting something because of global warming. Now it doesn't feel like global warming. It feels way different. And you know, for Ankit to get hail, I thought that was weird. We experienced some odd hailstorms, but now it's just, and you know, the trees falling, Ankit, that happens when you get a lot of unusual rain with a lot of unusual wind, because the ground becomes very, very saturated, and the tree roots, the big trees, they're so heavy they can't they can't hold themselves in the ground anymore and they fall over. And it happens here. We've had that happen here many times. We had a 100-year-old tree come into our house during one hurricane.
But Kim, I got your point. But my what I'm trying to say is that I saw a couple of trees falling down, but today I saw like 15, 20 trees falling down together. So if you go to a garden, you'll find all trees are at the ground level, which I've never saw earlier, basically.
Wow.
And that happened due to the hailstorm which happened. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I hope it's for good. But Grant, let's come back to the show. So I'll just play the teaser what we'll be doing tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. EST. So here's the teaser. So it's a show with Grant on Musical Hour on IBM TV Sunday 11:30 a.m. EST, and it's a great show. And we got a lot of great feedback around the world about your music and about the way you play the guitar and all those instruments. It was amazing to watch you live, and so all are excited to watch you again on Sunday, and hopefully, everyone will join you live because some people are. Because of the time zones, they watch recording as well. So let's see how it goes.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. So I said the first one, it's just rattle and roll through the ages, just all types of music from all types of artists, and just a little bit of information about the artist or the songwriter. And the future shows are going to be great as well. I've got a few guests lined up, South African musicians and artists over here who will be doing basically cover songs that everybody around the world knows. So we're really looking forward to it, and got some really nice guests lined up in the next couple of shows.
Great. In fact, we also wanted to create an anthem for global viewers on IBM TV, which will teach how to greet, because handshaking is not a good option now. So we have different ways of greeting around the world. So we can create an anthem for our audience and for IBM TV. So music will be done by Grant, and then we have a lot of actors and actresses around the world helping us to record that video. So we can produce that whenever it's possible.
Fantastic. That'll be great, man. That's going to really be good. Now, I'm looking forward to the show, and hope everyone's going to enjoy it. As I say, we've said, send requests, send comments, but the requests are great. People say, what about this artist or this writer or whatever? And we'll try and do it. We'll fit in as many as people want us to. So, we'll try our best.
Great. So, to come back to cricket, Grant, how do you follow cricket?
Just say again, I lost you there for 1 second.
Do you follow cricket in South Africa?
Yes. Big, very big. It's big. Like you say, I said to you in the first show that we did, South Africa was meant to be in India right now playing the Test series and the One Day and the T20, and it's a pity that this whole thing did it. But I'm sure they're probably going to reschedule that tour very soon, and I think it's going to be a really good one because they're two great cricket sides of the world, and they enjoy playing against each other, which I think is fantastic. There's always a good banter, and there's a good sportsmanship between the two teams. And we were really looking forward to the India tour from South Africa's point of view. The fans were really looking forward to it because it's just such a great team. And, our team's been through dips and troughs, and we've had some bad things. And now we come back nicely. We've got Mark Boucher as our coach. And as you all know, Mark is one of the most favorite wicket keepers and batsmen ever in world cricket, and he's our coach now. And but we've got a great affinity with South Africa's got a great affinity with Indian cricket. One of our greats, Gary Kirsten, was the Indian coach for a while. So and he took them to win the World Cup.
And
So
Conti Rhodes as well in India. He's
yes,
almost living in India now.
that's correct. That's correct. That's
And
correct.
Conti Rhodes' daughter name is India. I mean, I don't know son or daughter. Someone name is India.
That's correct. Yes, absolutely. And I think the great thing that you got in India is your the Super League is fantastic. I love
Yeah,
that Super
IPL.
League.
IPL.
It's just such exciting cricket, and the nice thing about it is you get all the top players from all over the world playing together in one team. You know, so it's very, very competitive. Yeah.
And IPL is one of the biggest league around the world, not in terms of cricket, but general sports. It's one of the biggest.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure that we will be able to compare with NBA and NFL in future, but it's one of the popular leagues around
Yes.
around the world right now.
Absolutely. I love it, and I love watching it.
There
It's
are
so
lot of
exciting.
South Africans. They live in India for around 4 to 5 months every year just to play that league and to follow cricket in India.
Yes, that's great, man. That's fantastic. I can't wait for this whole thing just to go away so we can get back to normal. And
Yeah.
hopefully this is going to carry on after this.
Oh, of course, we're not going anywhere. We finally what this did was push us faster. We already
Yes.
had this in plan, and
Yeah.
we're in the process of pulling together. No, this is going forward. This is never leaving. So we just hope that you stay and want to continue growing.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Oh, I just love the whole concept of it. Is so great, Kimberly, and you guys are doing. You and Kids are doing such a wonderful job, and we've got a lot of years in South Africa now. You know, as you know how what we call over here the bush telegraph goes. You send a link to one person, and they send it to 10. Now all of a sudden, there's this big rollover saying a big South African audience. Obviously from Alexandra doing her show as well.
Yeah.
So it's picked up. So we've got a very, very big South African following, which is really great.
Oh, I'm just so impressed with not just that, but your professionalism and how well you guys you're there. You show up, you're there, you get in, and your music is just fabulous. I had so much fun listening to you last week. And look at your studio and how clean it is. I'm just saying, I've been in a lot of, I'm going to show you one day. I will show you my studios that I've been in and recording, and they're not that clean. So I would definitely, so maybe
yeah, this is my workspace, and I love my workspace. I mean, I'm so fortunate that when this all happened, we've got quite a big house, and Sharon and I sort of managed to, because we got a big property, we managed to move the studio in here long before. I mean, it's been here for 2 years, so it's just such a fantastic thing. Even though we can't go out or anything, I'll carry on working, which is nice. And it's, I'll just say to Sharon, I'm going to work now. I'll see you later. And I'll go down 10 stairs and I'm at work, you know. So, yeah.
I love that. I mean, well, I've been doing that for 30 years, though. That's been my life for 30 years because I helped build the backbone internet so that we could work from home. So I looked at my boss and I said, this is what I told my boss. So if we built it for Rochester and we built it for these guys, and I think I can use it too.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, man. So I need to ask you, Kimberly, what's your favorite music? Your favorite genre of music?
I don't have a favorite. This is what I tell people. It's a mood. It is just a mood. But you captured my mood the other day. And when you played Brown Eyed Girl, that was just like as if you read my mind for my sister. Well, I'm not brown eyes, my sister is, but we're very, very close. And it was as if I requested it for you. So everything that you played was music I've always loved. So
okay, great, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I'm trying to do now with the show, and I think it's really going to work nice. And as I say, be nice to get. I said to Ankit, if we can get a lot of comments and requests from the audience. I can't sing every song, but I'll try and do one. The nice thing is you'll have a certain artist that's got a catalog of 50 famous songs. I'm sure out of those one I could do one of them, and then. Our first guest on the show next week will be a young South African artist called Gavin Hayes, and Gavin works with us at the studio as a composer and as an artist and a singer and a musician. And he's toured the world. He's worked on all the top cruise liners all over the world in big production shows. So we're going to feature Gavin next week, which is great.
Awesome.
And he lives about 2 miles down the road, which is great. So I'm just going to do a video link, and we'll put the show together, and that will be the one for next week. So we've got some great guys that are going to be on the show. And just so that you guys from all around the world can sort of see what type of music we do, it is a worldwide type. It's the same type of stuff you listen to in America. I'm sure in India, a lot of people listen to Western music. And so I think I've always said music is such a universal language. It brings everybody together. And so we're looking forward to it. It'll just be nice for you guys to see how us as South Africans interpret music.
There we go.
So, Grant,
So Grant,
when we talk about cricket, what's the cricket anthem in South Africa?
Yes.
What's the what?
Do you have any cricket anthem in South Africa? Any cricket music which you follow while you're playing cricket?
Like music for cricket?
Not really. They've got at all the big games, I think the same as in India, always have, during overs, they play that, you sort of find a certain theme song for the team that's touring, will have a famous theme song, and the South African team will have a famous a theme song, and they'll sort of play that type of thing.
No, but in India, we have a lot of songs based on cricket.
Yes,
and
yes.
different teams as well, and that we play, and also there are a lot of patriotic songs which we play while playing the game.
Yes,
and,
yes.
I would like to invite Ashok. He's from US, and he's also a cricket fanatic like me, and he follows cricket, and he knows the rules and everything about cricket. So Ashok, we have Edmund. He's a musician from South Africa and a great cricket fan. We were discussing about rivalry between India and South Africa, and how things are coping up after IPL.
Yes.
Good.
That'll
be great.
Yes.
Yeah, I look forward to that, man. I really do.
We'll connect them together. Absolutely.
Grant, have you been to any cricket stadium, or have you watched any live cricket in South Africa?
I've been to a lot of games here. I live, so to put it into perspective, as you would know as a cricket fan, I live in the south of Johannesburg, and our two very close cricket grounds is the famous the Wanderers cricket ground, and the other one is Centurion. So they're both about 20 minutes away. So we're very blessed with that, to be able to go to live cricket games. And we always watch it on TV if we can't make it to the game. But I love going to the games. I haven't been to a game for a while, but the live games are just going to a stadium, like you say, when you play in India or Pakistan or England, and you go there and you've got 50,000 people in the stadium watching a cricket game. It's just phenomenal, you know?
That is got to be amazing. I'm going to go.
Yeah.
Now that I got all of these and I'm learning about cricket, I'm going to go. I'll go to a game. We'll get a group of people together. But we're excited. Tomorrow, what time are you on, Grant? What time?
I'm not too sure what time you've slotted me in from a South African point of time. I always get lost.
It's 11:30 a.m. 11:30 a.m.
There we go. Well, guys, I look forward to it, and I hope that everything goes well, and we'll have a chat after the show.
Absolutely.
I'll be ready afterwards. So if there's any viewers and any comments and stuff, we'll see you straight after the show. I'll be ready to chat and have a ball.
So before Grant, you leave, I would like Ashok to comment on South African cricket, and especially how they are so fit, and that's how I think we got a lot of learning from South Africa. Before now Indians are also as fit as South Africans.
Yes, absolutely.
I think, immediately what stuck in my mind is Jonty Rhodes, the way he set the standard for fielding, the way the South Africans, even in the late 80s and 90s, as soon as they made a re-entry into the international cricket, the emphasis South Africans brought to the game was fielding. No team at that time had those type of skills. Generally back in the days, it was very much granted if you're a bowler, you're not a good fielder. That was expected.
Yes.
But a South African, except I think somebody like Alan Donald is an exception, but everybody else, right?
Yes.
Everybody else was wonderful fielders.
That's it. Absolutely. And they were good all-rounders, hey? We had a lot of good all-rounders. I think that was the success in that era of South African cricket with John T. Rhodes. As I say, Mark Boucher, who's now our coach, who was one of the best wicket keepers in the world, but what a batsman as well. So we had a lot of good all-rounders. And I agree exactly what you say. We didn't really have that sort of a few years ago, you were either a batsman or a field or a bowler, but the game in general now, I think with all the main cricketing nations, is most of the players are fantastic all-rounders, as in batting, bowling, and it's I love watching a game where you've got a tail ender coming in at number 9. And people think, well, he's going to be out, and that's the guy that wins the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. You got some of the names: Pat Simcox, Sean Pollock, Lance Kluser. They were all quality all-rounders. Like you said, somebody like Pollock might be batting at number 9, but he's well capable of scoring a Test 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
one of my
favorite unusual bowlers like Makaya Nitini, and then the bowler with the other arm, I forgot the name of the
Paul Adams.
Paul Adams, yeah.
Paul Adams.
Yeah.
Also, they're very when he came back. And I think, and also I believe that because of the sporting facilities they have in South Africa, a lot of cricketers play different sports as well. Like John T. Rhodes used to play hockey, same as De Villiers, they used to play some other sports. So they're naturally fit, and that's how it's easy for them to play cricket and all, but they are very greatest cricketers ever. We remember Hansi Cronje, we remember Jack Callis, we remember the senior Pollock and Donald and all those things. And I think that there's a story about Donald, because Donald wants to play for England because South Africa didn't get the international lineup at that point of time. And I think I forgot the name of that person. He forced him to just wait because you'll be soon playing for South Africa, and the first game happened between India and South Africa.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, when we went back into back into the first time we went back into international cricket was against India.
Yes.
And that was the tour where Clive Rice was the captain.
Yeah.
That's we're just going back. And just talking about a guy you mentioned who is a really, really great player and is a very good friend of mine is Pat Simcox.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely fantastic gentleman. Is a friend of yours?
First,
Yes.
he had to start the opening spell as an off spinner, and then he will start.
Yeah. A very big guy, very tall, 6'8", and he could bat. He could bat really well,
And around the same time, there was Craig McMillan, right? Or is it Craig McMillan? The other McMillan, the South African album.
Yeah,
that's
right?
it. Yeah.
Yeah, he has those gentle medium pacers with that height that was very accurate.
Yes, that's it. And just before the COVID, there was a game. They've just set up a new tournament. I don't know if you guys know about it. It's called the Over 50s World Cup.
Yes. Yep.
And they were about to start it in Cape Town, and you had all the greats, the Pat Simcox, you had Brian McMillan, Dave Richardson, and all the British and the Indian and the Sri Lankan. They were all going to play this tournament, and it was going to be a T20. Obviously, because the guys are older, so they couldn't do 50 overs. But it was really, the whole tournament was set up, and they were about to start it. And I think it was about 2 weeks before the world COVID lockdown, obviously, and it got cancelled. But I'm sure they're going to bring it back. It's going to be, they say it's going to be a lot like the Sevens rugby. This over 50s thing, they will tour the world and play it. It won't be a once-a-year tournament. they'll go around, which is going to be great.
But
so,
I think the teams.
South African cricketer ever.
Who's my favorite South African cricketer?
Yeah.
My favorite, I think, in all time would be John T. Rhodes.
Great.
Yeah.
And what about a cricketer from another country?
Sachin Tendulkar.
Okay.
He was just absolutely phenomenal as a batsman. He was just one of those, and he played till an old age. You know what I mean? Where a lot of players would be out of the game around about 32, 33. He played he was nearly 40 when he retired. And
40.
he was just an absolute, what an icon of a player. Really, really fantastic. Yeah.
Hello, Alexandra. I'm sorry.
Hi. It's nice to see you again.
Are you good?
Yes, I'm saying something.
Yes. Sorry. I haven't met Alex, I guess. Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, we didn't mean to just keep going with our conversation, but
don't worry.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add one thing. I know most of the people across the world might not give him the deserving recognition or the identity that he deserves, but Gary Kristen is a fantastic cricketer. Not only just a cricketer, but what a coach he has been around the world.
Absolutely. He's just been brilliant. He was such a great batsman and came from such a great cricketing family. Peter Kirsten.
Yeah, Peter Kirsten.
But Gary was phenomenal, and he just really shone when he was the coach for India. He took the team that were in the doldrums and took them right to the top. And he's such a gentleman and a fantastic guy as well.
So true.
And also, if I remember correctly, Kapil Dev was the first bowler who made that run out to Peter Kirsten while doing the bowling spell. Do you remember that game? He was at the runners and then he just caught out of the crease, and then Kapil Dev was bowling and he just run that person out. That was the first wicket happened.
Are you talking about? No, are you talking about the Mankind? No, the Mankading is the one who's Vinu Mankad, I guess, from India. He's the one who did that for first time. That's why it's named as Mankad.
Yes, that's correct.
I remember one happened with Kapil Dev and South Africa, and that was Peter Kirsten. Maybe it was some second or third, but there was no rules defined at that time. It was a one-day game, and then it started happening there.
Yes. I remember now, but the name is sort of got me a little bit there.
But yes, I mean, I happened to meet the great Gary Kristen in February.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he was coaching us actually. He was coaching the coaches, so we had a session with him, and I've met a few other international cricketers, including the Indian ones, but this man, totally humble. You would never tell that he has played so much of international cricket. If you happen to just meet him, walking by or on a street, you would think he's just normal, some other person. But what a gentleman he was.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really lovely guy. Yeah. So otherwise, how are you? Yeah, he was just even as I say, when he played for South Africa, he was just one of those. You felt comfortable knowing that Gary Kirsten was coming into bat, and but he just absolutely shone as a coach.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got the clip which I was talking about. I'll just play that clip. Can you see the clip?
Yes.
This is the most unfortunate incident. And Kapil Dev, that is the third or fourth time that he has done this. Peter Kirsten, some players have even shown a profit on their fines.
Yes. That's correct. Yeah.
So natural Australia, South Africa, Adelaide, but the most he was fined for either.
Yeah. So I was talking about that wicket. Yeah. So it was Kirsten with Kapil Dev. That's what I remember. Yeah. And the decision took, I think, like maybe 3 to 4 minutes because they were not sure what to do, and then finally they given him out.
Well, the rule book only said a non-striker supposed to be stay behind the crease line until the ball is delivered. So that was the only rule it was there. But now the new rule is the bowler has to get into the bowler's stride before you dislocate the stumps. You cannot just run in and then go at the stumps.
Yes.
So
yes.
today that wouldn't have been out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Great. So otherwise, how are you doing, Alexandra?
I've been good. It's been one of those long, you know what the vibe is, long weeks. And then didn't our president speak to us on Thursday? So it's been one of those weird ones where I'm looking for the weekend. Where did the weekend go? What happened to the weekend?
I think that's the biggest problem. I wake up every morning and I don't know what day it is because there's just no.
That's the reality. I do this. I have a live thing on a. I do like I'm sponsored by a makeup brand called Stage Line, and so on a Monday morning I have like a thing. I'll go into Instagram and we talk and I interview some girls and whatever, and sometimes guys, which is actually kind of fun. And I always say, I can't figure out if it's Sunday times 2 or if it's Wednesday. I don't know what day it is. I just don't know anymore. So yeah, it's just like it's been one of those weeks for like the past 2 months.
Yeah. It's COVID-19 syndrome. We have no idea what day it is. I mean,
no. It's crazy.
We lost our calendar, right?
Yeah. And then my sister reminded me today, so in South Africa, we've been on lockdown for 51 days, official lockdown. And that is tomorrow, 52 days. That is all of the weekends in a year. We've been on lockdown for all of the weekends. It's like been one long weekend.
Ed, Kid, and I, we were adding up. We've done about 250 hours of show.
I remember the first date was
hours, 60 days ago.
And I don't remember the date in between because today is 16 May and yesterday was 13 March for me. The day we started.
Yeah. Wow. So because I locked down 2 weeks before.
I think Kim is having a tough time today with the internet somehow. We keep
gentlemen. If I can interrupt Ankita, I'm so sorry, guys, but
you're gone. So I'll play Alexandra's show coming up tomorrow at 3 p.m. So I'll just play the teaser and then we'll just
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't cheerleading while the boys say boy. I ain't no typical girl. I'm on a big fly boy in the middle of
Oh, cool! And we're so excited for tomorrow. We've got like a music / cinematography week. So we've got some actors that do a lot of film as well. And because music is, I've always said, and people have always argued with me, and you can argue with me for sure, but I always feel like music is like really good jam. Okay, it's not. You can't really have jam by itself. Like to have a teaspoon of jam is weird, but to put on a great piece of fresh white bread, that jam just elevates that bread, right? And I feel like music somehow elevates, makes a moment being the piece of bread special, or a drive, a road trip, a show, a movie, all those little bits and pieces. So I believe music is one of those little spiderweb things that keep everything together, you know. So I'm excited to talk to these guys. We've got Wesley Elder, who is an actor / producer / director, and he also started out in musical theater, which I found out the other day because we were chatting online. So he's in for tomorrow. And then we've also got a guy called Richard Gower, and he is musical theater. He Grant, he did Joseph, he did all of those in South Africa. He was in all of those. So he's also a vlogger. So he also is like in the cinematography world, has his own vlog that happens, and he's got his own musical show that he does. So it'll be interesting to pull him from there as well. And then we've got this Russian, her name is Anna, and she calls herself Anna Banana because she's Russian. Nobody can ever pronounce her surname. But she currently lives in America, I think. But she's also traveled the world with musicals, and also then does her own directing and cinematography, movies, films on the side. So she's like got feet in like 3 different worlds, so she'll be fun. And then last but not least, we got a guy called Simon Holt. So Simon Holt, you might know him, Grant. Actually, he sort of did a lot of the musical theater music space. So you might have a mutual friend as well when it comes to the musicians. But he lives in Australia. He lives in Sydney. But he is a composer and a conductor. So I'm kind of fascinated. I'm going to be interested to talk to him about what he's been up to as well. And I find composing a whole other thing, because to be a songwriter, I'm a songwriter myself, and I like to tell stories. But to be a composer, to tell a story without words and to get across a story in X amount of time or fill a space in the film, I'm just interested to see what he sort of says about that. So it's gonna be a really cool show. We're gonna have a bit of a writer's run as well, which is gonna be fun. Some of the guys are gonna be singing for us as well. And lots of fun talk. Yeah.
Fantastic, man.
Yeah,
Well, they're spoiled for choice tomorrow. They've got 2 South African music shows.
So it is South Africa Day on IBM TV. Sunday, South Africa Day. We have a lot of South Africans showing up on Sunday, doing amazing shows and performances in different genres. And that is what the world would like to see.
Oh, that's so
Absolutely.
cool. Grant, are you on tomorrow?
Yeah, I did. I've got about a 40-minute show tomorrow. Just very, very general. It's just a fun thing. So basically, just taking some songs and talking about the person that composed it and where they're from, and they're sort of just a very small, condensed little history. And then I'll just play the song, which is just in my own little way and stuff like that. Yeah.
So when you say the person that composed the song, you mean the songwriter, not the actual singer. The songwriter.
Yeah. Look, a lot of them are. I think tomorrow's one concentrates more on singer-songwriters.
Cool.
But the next one the next show we're concentrating a lot on the songwriter, because there's so many great, people go, wow, there's this beautiful hit song that's well known all over the world, and the composer's not the famous person. And as you know, Alexandra, there's a lot of those people around. The guys that write the songs, and they just right there far in the background, So,
and nobody recognizes them. I know back in the day when I was starting out, like when you're a kid, you don't even think about these things, and you just think, oh, it's a great song. You love the singer, and what they must have gone through, what turmoil they must have gone through to pour this onto a piece of paper, and then you realize the magic behind it, and that's being a singer-songwriter, being a songwriter itself, it's a whole other skill, and it's a gift that not many people understand or appreciate, for one, so I'm really glad that we get to highlight that. And I love that you're highlighting the singer-songwriters, because it's a skill that for so many years has been undervalued, quite literally. So I'm so glad that you're going to be talking about that.
Yeah, look, it's just a little fun thing, and it's like I say, I mean, I think the opening one is Albert Hammond. I've always loved Albert Hammond as an artist, but as a songwriter, if you just cannot believe how many hits he wrote. So he probably had about 3 or 4 hits himself as an artist, of which he wrote himself. But the songs that he wrote for other people that were absolutely huge, and for huge artists, and people don't realize that. So there's a lot of those people around as well. The guy has 2 or 3 hits, and they go, oh, wow. And then you look back on the history and what he's written for other people. So I'm sort of going more towards that, because that's always been my vibe as a musician, is the person that wrote that song is the important thing. As they say, it's not the singer, it's the song. And so that's basically, but it's just a fun little show. I've sort of just sit here and I'll tell you a little bit about it, do the song, and then move on to the next one and talk about 1 or 2 other little things. But yeah, it's just a all-round general relaxed fun thing, and also looking forward to people sending some requests and stuff and saying, okay, I'll
Yeah.
try that one, and but we're going to have fun. And sort of similar to you, Alex, I've got next week's show also featuring some other South African artists that will be doing also artists and songwriters of their choice and interpreting those songs. So it won't be them doing original stuff. It'll be them doing the cover thing and why they like that song and what they know about the writer and that type of thing. So it gives an insight to how our little brains think.
Oh, that's so, I love that. What time are you on?
It's at 11:30.
11:30
Eastern Standard Time.
11:30 a.m. EST.
Yes. Okay.
I must, the whole time zone thing is another.
I know. That's
thing
why I
to
keep saying to
still-
Anke, I'm like this with it, like the days of the week.
It's a problem
time
for me.
zone,
That's why I keep on doing EST only. I mean, I don't talk about any other time zone. Let's just talk about EST because it's difficult for me to manage different time zones.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
it's so ridiculously difficult because when I go to Nashville, it's 7 hours. Nashville is 7 hours behind home, and I always know if I call my mom at like 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning, she's gonna pick up because it's gonna be afternoon, and we'll have a whole lot to talk about, So I know like that, and then to get EST into my head that it's 6 hours, but then I'm talking to somebody in London, and I've got to convert the time for them. No.
Yeah.
But Alex, you won't believe I'm scheduling everyone from EST, but I am at IST. I'm at Indian Standard Time Zone, and I'm doing it EST, and then I have to talk about UK, London, and all other time zones, and it was difficult.
I don't.
People ask me, we are at EST and we are at London time, we are at South African time, we are at this time. I said, I don't know. Let's talk about EST. I don't know.
Yes. Yeah.
Get your world clock out and you figure it out.
Yeah. Actually, my daughter lives in the UK, and her and her fiance have got on their kitchen wall, and I just think it's fantastic. They've got 6 clocks up there because he's got family in Australia. So they've got Australian time, South African time. They've got friends in America, so they've got all these clocks on the wall, like they used to in the old
like
studios, and it looks fantastic. And they've done it, nice big clocks, and then with the name printed under each clock. So every time we Skype or FaceTime or whatever, she goes, "There, Dad, I can see, I know what time it is," type of thing. Even though they only two.
I would like to welcome Dr. Arthur with us. And Dr. Arthur, we have 2 South African musicians, Alexandra and Grant Edmund. They are fabulous and they are beautiful in their music, and they do their shows on Sunday, 11:30 a.m. EST and then 3 p.m. EST.
Well, very nice to meet you too. I was interested in listening in because I have several patients and friends who are composers, and you mentioned how everybody knows the artist in the front, but nobody knows the composer in the back, and they deal with that issue, but they're okay with it because as long as they're making the money and getting the credits and writing great music, they've got good work ahead of them. What's amazing is how quickly Disney picks up some of these composers and puts them in the forefront, and they get part of this machine, and they have to sign these contracts that say they can't do anything else. Yeah, exactly. So it's good to hear some composers do not compromise that. And, what's amazing is to hear what new music's coming out during this whole quarantine, because it really allows you to be introspective. But the greatest thing about the music that you guys produce and make is we just had Mother's Day last Sunday here in the United States. And, those mothers in the rest homes can't visit anybody because of all these quarantines and stuff. So they didn't have family members come in. But when you play music for them, you see their light, it's the jam you were talking about on the white bread.
Yeah.
Even though they can't visit with their families and they're getting these flowers, but no families hugging them, you play the music important to them on Mother's Day and they light right up. So very important stuff you guys do.
Oh,
no, I love that. Then we also had Mother's. Was it last weekend? I don't even know. I can't tell it was last weekend. Yeah. We had Mother's Day sometime, and I love. I think it's very sad, and I did think about all the parents that couldn't be with their kids, the elderly folk who are sort of wanting to still stay quarantined, and the kids wanting to stay away from their parents. So it's one of those bittersweet days. But you're right, there are ways of, and Kim always says this. Kimberly always says that that music somehow does something. It just flips a switch in our brains, in our souls. Somehow it does something. It fixes. It's the medicine of all medicines, essentially. It calms you. It heals you. It makes you happy. It's it helps you work through pain. So I really hope that we should actually build a playlist. We should do a playlist. And on songs that we believe are the best quarantine songs of the time that you need to feel good and get through this time. I think we should work on that playlist, Grant.
Well, I think that's a good idea.
We need Dr. Arthur's help to plan the playlist.
Well, that's the thing. I already have the playlist because I don't know if you know, but my other thing I do is I'm a DJ. I've been DJing since I was 18. And so I have a Mixcloud show every Saturday, like Saturday EST, so you guys know. But at 8 p.m., I play music so that my patients and my friends are okay with quarantine, and I play what they request. And I've had a quarantine playlist, and I put music together for the people who feel lonely. So tonight is mellow hip hop night. So,
fantastic, man. That's great.
So, Dr. Arthur, we need to produce it on IBM TV.
Well, I'll record it, but I don't want to pay all the royalty fees and all that other stuff that goes along with DJing.
Yeah.
No,
that's
amazing. That's amazing. I love that you're that you're a DJ. It's like so juxtaposed. I love it. I think it's awesome. You're so cool.
Well, I've tried to be a Renaissance man with medicine, business, music, art, creativity. So I want to be as well-rounded so I understand my patients better than ever.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing. I'm sure in the medical profession, I'm sure that the music is not just a medical profession, but I just think music is probably the best healer of most things because it just talks to your soul, whether you're lonely, whether you're happy, whether you're sad. That's what it's there for. I think people like myself and Alex are so blessed to do this for a career and a living. I mean, I've been doing it for 36 years now as a career. And you know what? There's been some hard times in this business, as you know, Alex, but I wouldn't trade that for anything in the world. I really wouldn't. You're extremely blessed.
I love that. Yeah, I agree. I do believe I am blessed to do this because it is a gift. I actually watched I don't know about you guys, but I will watch documentaries till the cows come home. I'll watch anything when it comes to documentaries. I want to take it all in. I want to figure out what's going on in brains. And then quite often, of course, I'm spending a lot of time on songwriting, music documentaries. And I came across this one, Shawn Mendes. Charlie Puth, just documentary, and he said that he personally is creating soundtracks to those kids' childhoods. And I went, sure, I've been saying that about other people's music for years. That is the soundtrack to my childhood. That is the sound. We are personally creating soundtracks. One day in 20 years' time, someone's going to play a throwback and they're going to go, oh my gosh, I remember when that song was played and I was doing X, Y, and Z. We do it now. Can you imagine later on? And I mean, I think that is such an incredible honor to have. And that's nothing I don't take that lightly.
Well, I've been DJing for 30 years now, so my collection's pretty big. So
that's amazing.
The last night I was DJing, I had two of my patients who are in their 60s saying, "You're taking us back to our disco days when we went to the discos," and they were dancing in their living room, and I just made their quarantine that much better. So it was an honor to do that.
That's great. That's great.
But the way go ahead.
Sorry, Arthur, I just think guys like yourself, being a DJ, I think one thing about you guys is you acquire so much knowledge of the music industry in general because you're always researching what you're playing. Am I correct?
Yep. My research goes deep because one of the reasons I did medical school in New Orleans, and I could have done it a lot of places. I grew up in Pennsylvania, so Philly, I was thinking about that, but I went specifically to New Orleans because I didn't know enough about blues and jazz. So I went there to the school I went to. Tulane has an archive of jazz music. So I got to do medical school at the same time I was learning about jazz at its greatest roots. And then every year they have Jazz Fest in New Orleans, and there's different tents. And the first tent you see is the gospel tent. So you sit down and listen to the gospel music, then you move on to the blues music, then you move on to the jazz, then you move on to the rap songs, then the Cajun songs. And then when you get to the big stage, when you're seeing Aerosmith or Beck, you hear all those influences in the music. You're like, oh, this is American music. And I can hear the gospel in there. I can hear the jazz. I can hear the Hammond organ. And it really puts it all together for you. It's a great experience if you ever get to go to Jazz Fest. It was canceled this year, of course. It was supposed to be end of April, beginning of May. So this is the first year they haven't had it in all these years they've been producing Jazz Fest.
I used to go when I was very, very young. I worked for a travel agent while I was going through college and high school, actually. And that was one of the favorite places of people to go to was the Jazz Festival. It's been going on forever. And you're right. There's every type of music you can ever imagine there. And that's where it's a good influencer. It really is. It's beautiful.
I love finding out the roots of different things. I mean, I love what you were saying, Arthur, that it's you when you listen to the ultimate band of the festival, whatever it is, and you've heard everything leading up to it, you suddenly do realize just the generations that have gone before us and what they've created. And I mean, every chance whenever I'm in Nashville, I love going to the Country Music Hall of Fame just to go and listen and go and see. And again, to see those roots happen. And then when you ultimately hear the end product, you appreciate it so much more. You see what people have gone through, you know why they wrote that type of music, what they had access to, what sort of instruments, what stories, what troubles they were going through to get to that point. So I love that. I think that's really cool.
Oh yeah. When you get a chance, you've never been to New Orleans, Alexandra?
No, my American family are actually from New Orleans and Louisiana. So it was actually my goal I wanted to go now this trip. I was wanting to travel down. It was a festival that I also wanted. I wanted to go. I wanted to go and do that. Clearly that did not happen, but my ticket is saved and my trip is postponed. But I'm ready to go as soon as I get there.
There's always another day, right? And that's what we have to. One of the things that was very impactful to me was a recent speech about, our economics can be bad, but, we can fix that. We just can't fix dead. We got to stay alive. We got to stay home. And, if we work through this, there's always another day. And that's a James Bond movie too. So.
Yeah, there's a song in there.
Alexandra, if you do go, I try to go every year to Jazz Fest, so I will show you how to do it right and show you what food.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, always go with an experienced person. I haven't been in years. I'm going to tell you what: you do not want to go to New Orleans Jazz Festival without an experienced person because it can be very scary.
I know where all the free parking is.
Yeah.
That tell you, that is the first thing. I actually can tell you the funniest thing because what you just said is so true. Because I go to Nashville often, right? So when I go to Nashville, I'm that guy. I take the locals on a tour because I know more about it now. And I actually had a friend who was going there for the very first time from South Africa, who's been part of my writers' round. She was going to Nashville and she said, Alexandra, where should I go? What must I do? And I literally typed out, I promise you, go down this road, park and turn at this, you'll see a big tree, and then you'll see this, and then you'll see this, and then park here because it's $20 to park here. And then when you catch an Uber from Frenchie's because Frenchie's. I laid it out like this, and because I always look for the best parking, the freest, cheapest parking you can find. And I love those. So I'm with you. We're going.
That's funny. I knew exactly what to say to lure you in. That's funny.
Free parking. You had me free parking.
Parking. Yeah. And once you get down there, there's just so much to see. So when you go with someone who's been more than once, you'll definitely get to see it all. That's the problem. You know how you were saying when, we got all this time off. I'm going to get everything done at one time. When you go to New Orleans, you want to do everything at one time. But if if you don't do it right, if you do it wrong, you're going to have a panic attack. And if you do it right, you'll have a good time. Enjoy the music, the food. Oh my gosh, the food just unimaginable. You don't get this kind of food anywhere else in the world. You just don't.
And if you know an insider, they'll know where to show you where the 2 a.m. flea market is.
Yeah. That sounds amazing.
Which is kind of shut down right now, but because of quarantine.
You got the insider.
Yeah, so 2 a.m. flea market, guess what kind of stuff they're selling? So
all kinds of fun stuff.
Fun stuff. Very fun
voodoo, lots of voodoo. So see, that's where this kind of stuff comes from.
Yeah.
Voodoo candles, good music, good food, good fun. My brother-in-law was a chief of border patrol there for probably 20 years. Yeah, he was the chief. Okay. So he was kind of fun because he loved to tour the city. Like that was his thing to do when he got out of his uniform, was to go walking around New Orleans and just see the people, not there to arrest them or catch a crime, but just to feel the people. And it was fun to go with him. It really was. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds amazing. There's actually this, I don't know if you've been there before, Kim, in Nashville. I think it's a good 10-minute drive just outside Nashville. I can't remember which direction. It was dark. I had a riders around there, so I can't remember what time I went. But the place is called Richard's Cafe.
Okay.
Run by a guy called Richard. It was his cafe. And it was full on New Orleans, down south proper style food, music. And I was literally the opening. And I can say I did this riders round, and I was literally one of the little opening acts. You get up there, whatever. And of course, naturally, the guys in the audience in the restaurant are musos, so they all hop on stage and they join in. And then the main act, her name was Millie. She was an 80-odd-year-old lady, and she had a washboard in the shape of a tie with little things on her fingers, and she sang this music. And I was with my dad, and it was his very first experience of Nashville. And I mean, it was just one of those, it was proper New Orleans style. The music, the food, the drinks, and she sang and she would go, and she would sing, and it was incredible. It really was incredible. And it made me want to visit. I want to go because of her. I want to see her.
I've been in little coffee shops and in Tennessee as well as New Orleans, the Low Country, as we call it, the Low Country. But I've been in where you've been little coffee shops or something like that, and people are so old they can barely walk, they're shuffling to the stage. Yeah. You get up there and you don't feel the old. You don't see the old. All you hear is that energy, that music. It's inspiring to see these elderly people get up there, and when you hear them, they're like they were probably 50, 60 years ago, right? Yeah. And so I encourage it. That definitely a great place to go. Another good place for good, what I call country music, country soul music, is Texas. That's another good one. Yep.
I've got so many friends that are from Texas. Yeah. And I mean, I as a South African, I know my hometown landscape really well. And I've been quite privileged to have traveled the whole of South Africa on road trips with my family. But to then experience that in America, I would attend, Texas is another place I need to visit, because I've got so many friends from there, and they've got the same, I like finding people that are like-minded, that are on the same wavelength, and we get each other. And I feel like those people are going to be I'm going to get them.
And it's a different way of life. Very, 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 very different. Another country music that you cannot dismiss is where I think the roots came from is the Blue Ridge Parkway, right? So like we expressed the other day, so folk music came from the Blue Ridge Parkway. And it spread, and because of that kind of music, the first big radio bandwidth started in Nashville, Tennessee. That's when the very first big radio bandwidth started, like the big radio station. Somebody very, very smart in Tennessee got the idea of, hey, we need to take this kind of music on, and because there was just one musician after another coming out of Nashville from the Blue Ridge Parkway, so. So there, if you wanted to come and just do a music roots tour, gosh, we could get a whole team together and do this. But there's so much in every country. I'm sure there's roots to every music in every country. But we want to experience it. So we want to experience some of your culture and music as well. Some of the things that make your music what it is.
Yeah.
He's having a difficult time with internet, and that's what happening. Keep on happening, going down and that.
Yeah.
Shame it is a Saturday.
So, Dr. Arthur, let's get back to medical. So how's things going on in US after the opening of the economy?
Well, we're kind of surprised. We thought we'd see worse numbers than we are. So the models that we've been working on have to be adjusted. We're not seeing the big surges, big deaths ever since Florida and Georgia opened. We're quite surprised about that. Study numbers going up. We're still worse than all the other nations as far as the numbers we're getting. But as far as the hospitalizations and all, in my state, I think we only have 23% of our ventilators being used right now in ICU beds. So that's a great thing. We were thinking by now we would have deaths and people without being able to get ventilators. So right now we're doing really great. The social distancing, the masking, the things that people need to do to keep this going need to continue. I think one concern I have is there's what's called the preventive paradox, where we've prevented it. It looks good. So now everybody thinks, well, we don't really need to do this. No, it's proving that what we're doing is actually working, and we were good enough to do it early. So in my county and my town in and of itself, our biggest concern is one of the meat producing plants has a huge amount of infections. One of the pork packing plants, it's one of the largest ones in the area and one of the biggest employers. They've had a large outbreak, but if they stop producing pork and meat at this facility, there's going to be a huge backlog, and all the farms are going to be affected. All the workers are going to be affected. So they're still working, even though we're having this situation. So we're seeing a lot of businesses getting devastated. We just heard word that the Brooks Brothers shirt company, they make their shirts in our town, Garland here, has to shut down in July because of this coronavirus situation. So, not only are we seeing good numbers from the viruses, we're seeing devastating numbers from the economics. So we're trying to parry the economics versus the actual virus situation. So now we can modify and hopefully start opening up a little bit more. I think our governor is saying May 22nd, we're going to open up to phase 2, which is people can start going to more businesses. As long as a business has a plan on how to open and keep people safe, they're going to open things up. But I'm still encouraging my friends and patients to wear masks, to stay home if they can, to do everything right. And I'm still going to do my DJ show so they can stay home on a Saturday night and not have to venture out at a bar to go listen to some live music. Although I do want that very soon. Right now, let's keep each other safe.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Guys, I'm going to sign off. And Alexandra, I look forward to seeing your show tomorrow.
And yours too.
We'll definitely catch up and chat soonest.
Yes, it's good seeing you, my friend.
Thank you, Grant. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Good. All the best. Nice talking to you, Arthur. Cheers, guys. Bye.
Very nice meeting you.
You too.
Such a cool guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, Dr. Arthur, what about there are news from South Korea as well that there are some spreads going on of disinfection. I don't have the sources, but I've got it from the internet news. Anything about South Korea, because they're also panicking, and also there was an article from China that some provinces are going for a lockdown. So
yeah, it looks like they've got a good plan. I'm lucky. I have a friend from medical school who's actually the head of the Army base's hospital in South Korea. So I get to get messages from his wife who's on Facebook. So I'm watching what's going on with her. And yeah, there have been a few lockdowns, but that's how it has to be. Wherever you see an outbreak, you have to contain it before it becomes a problem again. And we're going to be living through that for a while. But the good news is we now know this isn't a national thing you have to do. You've got pockets like rural areas that don't have it as bad, but then you've got these areas where they become concentrated, and that's where public health has to come right in, shut it down, prevent people from going other places, and lock it down. And unfortunately, it's a little bit draconian, but if you don't do that, you will have the big outbreaks. So it's a constant ongoing thing that we're learning. I don't like to call it a new normal because I'd love to get back to the old normal too, but we're going to have to deal with this until we see zero numbers growing and zero deaths. That's the ultimate goal. But for now, in order to contain it, like in South Korea, where you're seeing some of those outbreaks, you have to shut the city down, do contact tracing, get everybody to continue their social distancing. And it sounds like they were doing all those things correctly, but it still happened. So that being the case, we can't be cavalier here in the United States, seeing that we're having such great numbers and a ton of ICU beds, and then all of a sudden fill them up and then cause the same damage we were trying to prevent in the first place. So South Korea, it's good that we're seeing that now, so we know what to do in the United States, because it's still a mitigation strategy that's going to probably go on for 1 or 2 years, hopefully no longer than that. But every time we see an outbreak, we have to stop it and mitigate it, and that's the phase we're in right now. And it's going to be a while until we figure out this vaccine or herd immunity. And you're hearing ideas that maybe we should use a vaccine, or maybe we should use herd immunity and let everyone get infected. Once again, my theory is it's everything in the middle. Let's find that where the healthy people who are willing to take the risk, yes, let them go out, but they need to mask and social distance and go to safe businesses that are following practices. And at the same time, let's quarantine, isolate until vaccine the most vulnerable patients, the most vulnerable people. But once again, there's still that unknown factor of who that's going to be and where these little outbreaks are going to happen, like in South Korea. So keeping that in mind, that's how you make the best policies of where to go forward. So now that we see how things are going right now, I see in the near future that we're not going to have quarantine parties and Zoom parties and these events for music. And very soon, maybe in the next few months, let people go ahead and venture out and have those music events so that people can get their fix of live music, because it's just not the same without feeling it in your heart. That'll be fairly soon, but it has to be done in a safe way. So I think we're coming up with good policies. People are being smart about it. Some people aren't. They just want to believe that don't wear a face mask, let's just infect everybody. But let's be smart about it. Let's do it in a stepwise fashion, and let's not kill more people than we have to by bad decision making.
And Dr. Azhar, do you think because when you go to hospital, especially the COVID specialties, there's a tension going on at the hospital because there's cases going on and we don't know what to do, and then doctors are trying a lot of treatments and getting the person get back to the best of the body. Can we play a music at that point of time? Do you think music can, if we play music on the background, would that help?
Oh, I'm a full believer in music therapies and music in the background. Now, if you've ever been in a surgical suite, most surgeons do surgery with music on so that their hands stay
Wow.
they're taking good deep breaths. Some surgeons will play rock music, but each one has their own that keeps them in a right motivation at a right pace and makes them calm when potentially there's a coronavirus patient in front of them that could spread it to them. So all things considered, we know how important music is in medicine. We've already seen the Alzheimer's studies where you play music for an Alzheimer's patient and they're back to their old days and, lighting up instead of sitting there and, droning out, which is happening more often because they're so isolated right now. When you play their music for them, they light up. So music is very important. Now, in the hospital setting, of course, it can't be a distraction. So you don't pump it through the whole hospital. But I know for a fact when you play it for your patients, when you play it for the doctors when they need it, and when I play it at 8 p.m. as a DJ, it is not only therapeutic for them, it's therapeutic for me. So, and then for my patients, the only reason I keep doing it, I did it once and everybody's like, no, keep doing it. We're sitting by the fire. You're helping us out. We got something to do. So of course I'm going to keep doing it because people are telling me to keep doing it. So.
I love that. That's amazing.
That's interesting. Yeah. So I have never thought about that. Doctors are playing music in the surgical room. That is an eye opener. Because I thought it's more serious and they're more focused about what to do and they don't want to distract. But I think they also need some kind of distraction or mentally they can plan their surgery in a much more appropriate manner.
Yeah. And the patient's usually asleep so they don't hear when there's bad words in the music. So.
That's also true.
That's funny. That's very funny.
I think we are coming up to end of the show, but before we sign off, I think we have to do a show with Dr. Arthur, Music with Medicine.
Say that again?
Music with Medicine with Dr. Arthur.
You're coming up with, there's too many things let's put it all together. I'm a doctor, hypnotherapist, DJ. And the reason I DJ is when you put earworms into people's brains, you can instantly soothe them. You can instantly make them excited. When you really look at music, it's just a bunch of beep, beep, boop, boop, dot, 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 voice. That's all it is. But when you put it all together, you can make somebody's heart race. You can make them think about their first love. You can make them go back to childhood times, like you said. And us hypnotherapists, we call that anchoring. So one of the things I use in hypnotherapy is anchoring. I'll say, remember this song. What was the first song you fell in love to? What was the song you played at your wedding? Oh, it makes, and you see them smile instantly. And that's hypnosis. It's where you can change a person's mood by just making them remember an anchor to something in their past. You know, that's why people have PTSD. They have an anchor in their past that gets triggered by sound. For Vietnam vets, it's the explosions or bombs on TV. But for me, you want to use hypnosis for very therapeutic, happy things. So I go, okay, tell me the first song you remember about your when you fell in love with your wife or your husband. They go, oh yeah, we danced to this song and it's Stevie Wonder, da da da. And then you say, well, go ahead and think about that song. But every time you have a bad problem with this PTSD, let Stevie Wonder play in the background. Okay, that works. And then it's a therapeutic thing that when Stevie Wonder comes on in their brain, when they're thinking about the PTSD, instead of the PTSD, they're remembering the best times of their lives. So then the bombs don't affect them on TV anymore. All the little triggers get washed out by the music that I put into their brain. So that's one of the things I use hypnotherapy for with music, is that it is extremely therapeutic. And I use all the tools in my toolkit instead of just medicines and all, because that music is an anchor that's better medicine for a lot of people than Ativan or Xanax or Prozac, because the music is way stronger because it's already anchored there and there.
Sure.
And their gut. So the chakras, if you want to talk about, you can turn on chakras through music.
That's amazing. Wow.
We need a long session to discuss more in detail, because I think this show is not about that thing, and we need a more appropriate time. And whenever Dr. Arthur is ready, we'll discuss about music, and we'll bring Alex and Grant on the show so that they also understand, and they will also chip in what we can do and how we can revive someone else with music, basically. Because I think a lot of people are alone, and a lot of people are having a difficult time, and they don't know how to balance their mind. So music can pitch in between and can do wonders for a lot of people.
Yeah, and kudos to you for having that show on Sunday, because that is very important stuff.
Yeah, let's do it. So,
but I won't talk about cricket. I have no clue about cricket, so I'm glad you put me in after that.
Oh yeah, I'll do it. No problem. Sure. And so it's time to wrap up. Thank you for joining us today, and it was a lovely show. And Dr. Arthur, you are all amazing, and I think you are a magician. Apart from doctor, you know how to manage people's lifestyle and health in terms of music as well as medical. And Alexandra is a great star, and she will be a superstar in coming years. And we have to follow the way we can. And thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Thank you. Just wrap it up.